Welcome to beautiful downtown Grand Forks. This is the time and place for the Grand Forks Growth Fund Jobs Development Authority meeting. Move on to item 1.1.
Weigel.
Here.
Osowski.
Here.
Berg.
Here.
Lenski.
Here.
Friedolfs.
Here.
Sandy.
Here.
Bean. Here. And Bochinsky.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Item 2, action items 2.1 is the flex pace loan request, Huntsville Properties. Mr. Hatcher.
Thank you, Chairman Weigel, Mayor Paczynski, members of the Jobs Development Authority. Kevin Hatcher, Business Development Manager at the Grand Forks Region EDC, speaking on behalf of the 106,184 flex pace request here locally. And we're fortunate to have Mr. Altepeter, Andrew Altepeter, Business Director here, readily available if there's any company-related questions. So, quick background, YMI Industries, it's a 75-year-old regional parts and custom manufacturer located on the northwest corner of Grand Forks here. Previously owned by Dave and Beth Young. You may recall some of the authority here that was here back in February 23. We worked on a PACE request here for acquisition of the facility for local business owners here. Daniel Altepeter, for the acquisition and maintaining operations and jobs in the Grand Forks region. Huntsville Property displayed on that staff report. It's the landholding company for Mr. Altepeter, who it holds the real estate for YMI Industries. For this PACE request, the company is currently at capacity with their current footprint, so they're looking to expand their footprint for a facility actually located right between their main facility and also the welding facility there. Formerly operated by Home of Economy. So we're looking at a 25,000 square foot warehouse facility for their operation to expand and improve the efficiency for the business model. So the total project here that we're requesting is a little over $1 million. This flex pace request is a subsidized interest rate from approximately 7% to 2.5% here on a $784,000 note from Choice Bank. That's for the purchase of the facility and the remodel of that new facility as well. So the request, as I mentioned, 106,184. That's a leveraged Bank of North Dakota's grant portion of 197,199. We have a deferral period of 120 months, and then it'll be repaid at 12 equal monthly installments at that 2.5%. And the collateral is going to be secured through corporate guarantee of YMI Industries, personal guarantee from Daniel Altepeter, and then a subordinate mortgage on the property. So the request I have in front of you on the Jobs Development Authority is that request of 106,184.
Thank you, Mr. Hatcher. We'll open the public hearing on item 2.1. Is anybody here to speak on item 2.1? Anyone here to speak on 2.1? We'll close the public hearing. Comments from the committee? Mr. Paczynski.
Just a comment that I'll move approval. This is the exact type of company we want to see continue to grow in Grand Forks. So thank you for what you're bringing to the city, and hope this is the second of many more to come and many more expansions. So thank you, and I'll move approval.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve by Mayor Bochinsky, second by President Sandy. Comments, Ms. Osowski?
Could you just explain to us where?
Your microphone, please. Sorry.
What?
Is your mic on?
Yeah,
Oh.
it's red. Could you just give a quick rundown on where this money comes from that we loan out, please?
Yeah, so this is tied into the sales tax through the growth fund policy here, through the Jobs Development Authority. The local contribution, we have that sales tax for the loan request that we go through the growth fund. That's requested on a case-by-case basis for companies. And once this is approved through the local authority, that's where we get that grant portion of Bank of North Dakota. Bank of North Dakota's PACE program that can be utilized throughout the communities for primary sector companies in the state of North Dakota.
Okay, and then are they considered a primary sector business?
That is accurate, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osowski. Mr. Conlon, do you want to add anything to what Mr. Hatcher said? Okay, thank you. Seeing no further comments, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 2.2 is the Hive Management RFQ.
Good
Mr.
evening.
Sossin.
Good evening, Chairman Weigel and Mayor Bochensky and members of the Jobs Development Authority. My name is Haley Rosassen, and I'm an HR manager for the City of Grand Forks. And I'm going to give you a brief update of the Hive. And why I'm here today is that back in the fall of 2024, we had a little bit of a staffing change, went from 2 down to 1 full-time staff member. So with that, administration asked if I'd assist in general operations of the Hive. And since then, we've kind of taken a look at operations, also compared and went and saw a few different tech accelerators, both in Minnesota and Wisconsin, and started comparing what we're doing currently to those tech accelerators. And today I'll just give you a brief overview. So if you remember back in 2019, we purchased the Grand Forks Herald building from Forum Communications. And since then, we did receive an EDA grant to renovate the space. That was a $1.1 million grant. And we now are operating a tech accelerator focused on unmanned aerial systems. And with the 2 goals of creating jobs, tech jobs in Grand Forks, and also boosting the UAS industry. Currently, we have over 30 companies that range from startup to more of the well-established corporations. And with that, we have focused recruitment efforts more on the scale-ups as opposed to the startups that we initially thought we would recruit. So the industry is a little bit different than we thought it would be. With that, we have altered our programming a little bit from the more traditional tech accelerator programming to more of networking and event-type programming. And last fall, we did host the Buzzing with the Hive, which was our 2nd annual event with the BBI, that coincides with the BBI UAS annual conference in Grand Forks, where we had over 500 people attend that event and really showcase not only the space, but also our tenants at the Hive. Currently, we are staffed with 1 full-time staff member, our managing director, Johnny Ryan. We have a part-time staff member who helps with general operations, tenant needs. And then we assist as city staff where needed. So after taking a look at those other accelerators, seeing how we're performing, we are trending in the right direction financially. But because the UAS industry is changing so rapidly, to keep up, we do think it's a good time to look at a third-party management of the Hive to grow the Hive, scalability, networking of companies, and just kind of get that overall recruitment effort going. So today we are asking the approval of the draft RFQ that was provided.
Thank you, Mr. Sosson. Thoughts? Or I'll open the public. We don't. Do we need a public hearing on this one? We do. We'll open the public hearing on item 2.2. Anybody here to speak on item 2.2? Seeing nobody, I'll close the public hearing. Thoughts from committee? Ms. Osowski.
So our plan is to hire a different management company, but we're going to continue to provide janitorial services and
That could be part of the negotiations where we might not do that. It just depends on who decides to apply for the RFQ.
Okay. Another question I have is number 5. It's on page 6. It says no member, officer, employee of the City of Grand Forks, its governing body or any local public body shall have any direct interest. Does that mean that we can't make money on this as a city?
No, I don't. No, that would be a part of the negotiations too, on the sharing of the profit that, like the rent.
Yeah.
Yep, that would be a part of the negotiations as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Sandy.
Thank you, Chairman Weigel. Ms. Rosassen, what sort of organization do we see running the Hive, and how many employees are we anticipating that they'll need?
So we're unsure of who would quite apply for it. We are going to send it out to the people that we did meet with, and Fargo has a few different, like G Beta, and then some of the other, like the 701 co-working space, but we are looking for somebody who has UAS knowledge So it's going to be a tight market for that.
Yeah. Like, we currently have one employee and a handful of other people that do help. We're asking for a proposal from an organization that it appears is going to have multiple people on staff in the building at all times.
Correct.
That is our expectation. Because that's what other tech accelerators are doing.
Correct.
But they have to have experience and understanding of metrics to evaluate themselves and provide that feedback. I'd be very interested to see who responds to this RFP. It's certainly going to be a very tight mix. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Chair Weigel. I think, it's an RFQ, so we can see what we get and see if we can negotiate a good deal. I like the idea of eliminating a FTE. Anytime we can do that at the city, that's always something that's beneficial. So if they can certainly add some fuel to the fire and continue to grow that, we'd love to see that thing be revenue positive in the future beyond the job growth. So let's see what we get, put it out there for RFQ and see what we can negotiate. So I think it makes sense, and I'll move approval.
We have a motion by Mayor Bochinski, second by Mr. Friedolfs. Comment as well? No?
Yeah, just a real quick comment. You guys are doing such a good job running the Hive, right? And I know, to have one EP or FTE, whatever you want to call it, for what's going on there is really not sufficient, right? I mean, we know a lot of people are coming, looking at the Hive and generating. We want to generate more folks to populate the office space there. So I think this is a good thing. I think that it's grown past where the city can manage it, and I think we really need to keep this thing growing because I think it's a really good thing what you're doing. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Friedolfs. Further comments? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Is there a motion
move
to
adjournment.
adjourn by Osowski, second by Berg? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned.
All right, we'll keep on moving here with the second of our three meetings tonight. This will be the time and the place for the Board of Equalization meeting, Monday, April 7th, 2025. With that, I would look for a roll call, please. Maureen?
Weigel.
Here.
Wasowski. Here. Sorry, I got an old list here. Berg. Here. Lensky. Here. Friedolfs.
Here.
President Sandy.
Here.
And Veen.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I've got the same list with Weber and Kavami on there, so that's, we'll get that taken care of. Item 1.2, duties of the Board of Equalization. Ms. Lazur, did you want to take that? There she is. Yep, please.
I can.
Or is that Mr. Gostad's?
I can start.
Okay, you're going to be up here soon anyway, so you might as well get ready.
It's actually quite simple. The Board of Equalization, obviously, Ms. Lazur goes through their assessing process. Board of Equalization's duties are to equalize and correct any assessments that they feel need to be corrected. And the language of the statutes, it's 571103 of the North Dakota Century Code, is that you can adjust the true and full value, which is the starting point for property that you think is reasonable and just so that the taxation is uniform across both commercial and residential property. One item to be mindful of is it's the burden of the property owner to demonstrate that the valuation is something other than what the city assessor has determined. There are certain presumptions that weigh in on the accuracy of the assessment by the city assessor. So that's you're really the oversight for the city assessor with respect to complaints that might come in.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gostad. I think that's all we have for item 1.2. That be correct?
Excuse me?
That's all we have for item 1.2?
That's all you have for 1.2?
All right.
All right, 1.3, comments by the city assessor.
All right, Ms. Lazur, please.
Sorry, I knew to hit that button and I missed it. Good evening, Mayor Paczynski, President Sandy, members of the Board of Equalization. I am here to give you as much of a brief recap of our 24-year for you. So we'll give you all our statistics and hopefully do not bore you to death. But one of the functions of our assessing department is to identify all our real property. Sorry, let's get this going here. identify the real property within the city of Grand Forks, and determine corresponding value by using a process to collect and analyze the data so that we can arrive at fair, reasonable, and supportable estimates of value. We're looking at new construction. We're also looking at updating the values of existing properties. We look at physical changes as well as market adjustments. The physical changes are identified through one of the processes of reappraisal. This year, we are in our year 5 of 6 scheduling. We reappraised 2009 properties this year. And the purpose of the reappraisal is to verify that the property characteristics of each property are consistent. Our process includes sending out letters to each property owner, and at a minimum, doing an exterior inspection if we're not allowed an interior. I've included a list of the things that we look for as we're doing our reappraisal. After we have finished that analysis, that work, we will then analyze the property and to determine local trends for valuations. When we use those values in our 2024 sales ratio, we're looking at our 24 assessed values as compared to the sales that happened in that calendar year. That ratio shows that our commercial properties, our median percentage was 90% for commercial and 90.55% for residential. After we've made our market adjustments, that sample data would suggest that our median ratio is 94.98 for commercial and 94.33. When we do these sales ratio data and analysis, we're also looking to make sure that our values and our data is uniform and consistent. And that's where our COD and our PRD come into play. We're at 6.09 to 6.74 on our CODs, which fall within the range that the International Association of Assessing Officers prescribes to be within that level of professional standards. So we hit both the COD and the PRD within those levels. When we look to the future, I think what we're going to find is that inventory is still going to be a factor in our residential market. Interest rates appear to have remained pretty consistent over the past couple of years, but we have seen that the sales have reduced. So we'll continue to market that or monitor that. We're also going to be looking at the concerns of the cost of construction. I think with the additional concerns of tariffs on construction, that's going to be a factor that we're going to have to be watching and monitoring throughout the next year. Maybe longer, but for now, we look at a year at a time. We're also going to, new construction projects looking forward is going to be Agristo, the Cirrus Aircraft Expansion, Children's Museum, Altru Sports Complex. We'll also be having some of the big projects being completed of the Career Impact Academy, Memorial Village 2, as well as Valley Middle School. Currently, we have 11 permits for new residential builds. This is just a little slide showing you the trends. We're showing that the average sale price has reduced a little bit from 23 to 24, from 320,000 down to 309. And yet our improved median value and average value for both residential and commercial have increased slightly over the past year. This is a slide giving you our true and full value from 24 to 25. We're showing a 4.36% increase, giving us a true and full value of $6,425,514,000, which translates into taxable value, giving us a preliminary taxable value of $302,178,160. That 4.31% increase comes from 1% growth and 3+% for revaluation. I just wanted to give a little bit update on our homestead credit program. This program increased in the last 2 years. As you can see by the slide, that the value paid by the state or help the property owners from this program has increased from 2.1 to 6.8 million. It's about a 2.5% or 2.5 times what it initially started at. This program helps those 65 years of age or older with income of less than $70,000. So it's expanded from, I think our applications were about 550, 570 before the program expanded. We're up to about 1,150. I don't see it getting any smaller. Then we come to our next slide, which relates to the exemptions. Our non-discretionary exemptions are those that are state prescribed. So these are the things that the state allows us to do without any discretionary. These are providing charitable exemptions, are going to provide us information that we can support that exemption from valuation. Blind, wheelchair, childcare, housing authority, they all send us applications every year to verify that they still meet the standards. And then we get into our discretionary exemptions. These are the exemptions that each jurisdiction has the authority to implement. We have designated them here into the new business pilot TIF. We have the residential and commercial remodels, and then the new owner and builder exemptions that are all city approved. That is as fast as I could make it for you. I wanted to say thank you to my assessing staff. They do a great job every year. I appreciate the work that they do. And then I also will stand for any questions from you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lazur. Thank you for all the work that you do. It's not an easy job. I got maybe two questions. One's for you, one might be for Mr. Baseflug, but you showed the historical, that's looking back at a year, and you were right at 90%, was it 90% on residential, 90.55 on
Yep.
commercial? So you're right on the edge of the state minimums there. I think that's a good place to be as you look back a year.
You're right.
Glad to see that you're, getting it up in the middle, so we got some space
Right.
going into the future. I guess that's not really a question. My other question would be only 11 residential permits out this year. Is that much lower than we would normally be at this time of year, Mr. Baseflug? Just as we look forward to what the construction growth is going to be in the coming year.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, it's lower. When we came to the end of the year last year, we're usually on a 5-year trend of like 90 to 95 per year. We ended in with 73, which we'd consider residential. 11 of those, 10 are one builder. So
Okay.
we haven't been getting a lot in. I think what Tammy had said when it comes to tariffs and things like that, everybody's kind of in a wait situation right now. But it's not the norm. It's the beginning of construction season, and I would venture to say that we're usually at least double that to start construction season. So we'll continue to watch it and report as it comes, but I haven't been hearing anything from the builders either, so.
Yeah, all right, yeah, just pointing that out. I think it's something we got to monitor. Thank you. President Sandy, please.
Mr. Baseflug, as a follow-up to that, how many new permits have we issued for rentals, specifically rental housing in the same, how many were there last year, and how many have we done already this year?
Well, I wouldn't have, so when you're, Mayor Buczynski, President Sandy, are you asking when somebody, like a permit where
I'm
you're buying a
suggesting
house
that
and you
there are only
want to
11.
bring your house up to be a rental?
Yeah, we only built 70 houses last year, yet there's all sorts of inventory of homes in our town that are being purchased and turned into rental homes. Or people are deciding to upgrade and they're keeping their home and turning it into a rental home. I'm wondering how many new rental properties were there taking away potential inventory
Yeah.
for single-family housing?
President Sandy, members of the council, I don't know if I won't be able to give you a number now, but how I can tell you how we can get to that, we deem those all residential remodels. So what I'd have to do is go back, run a report on residential remodels, and then cross-reference that with the rental program to see. I'll bring that information back to you, though.
And I think the other thing he's asking, so say we had 73 homes, but you added 110 rentals, you're clearly going the other direction
Yep.
than where we want to go. So getting a ratio on that would probably be beneficial.
Thank you.
I will get the information for you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, any other comments from council members? Otherwise, we'll move on and receive formal protests. All right, thank you, Ms. Lazur. So on to item
All right.
1.4.
1.4, will receive formal protests and set a date to reconvene as the Board of Equalization.
Sounds good. What have you gotten online or received so far?
I have received one phone call this afternoon for 314 Reeves Drive.
314, so you've got that written down, and at this time, I'd open up to the public for anyone that has any other formal protests to the City Board of Equalization Board. That might be a record low for you, Ms. Lazar, so I'll just call one more time. Everybody up for a formal protest the City Board of Equalization? All right, we'll close that portion, and you'll have to get to work. Why don't we just set it 2 weeks from now if you only got one to work on, and we'll hear that formal request. 2 weeks from now, you can get a hold of the homeowner and let them know they can be
Sounds good.
here that date.
I will have our annual report ready for you for that meeting as well.
Sounds good. Mr. Gasser, do we need a motion to formally receive that for 314?
You do, and to approve the reconvening of the board 2 weeks from today.
Okay, so that would be April 21st. And could you read that address to me one more time, Ms. Lazar?
314 Reeves Drive.
Reeves Drive. All right. All right, so I'll be looking for a motion to formally receive the protest for 314 Reeves Drive. So we got a motion from Ms. Berg, second from Ms. Osowski. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. And then the second motion, we'd be looking for to set the date of that hearing to April 21st. If I get a motion on that. Got a motion from Mr. Friedolfs.
Second.
And a second from Ms. Osowski. Any further comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Item 2, adjournment. Get a motion to adjourn. Motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Ms. Berg. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. We are adjourned. All right, now, time for the main event. Welcome, everybody, to the Grand Forks City Council meeting for April 7th, 2025. Please get a roll call. Maureen?
Weigel.
Here.
Salsky. Here. Berg. Here. Plansky. Friedels.
Here.
President Sandy.
Here.
And Veen.
Here.
We have a quorum.
All right, item 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance, please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We should probably make a change going in the future. If the council's okay, if we have 3 meetings, can we just do the Pledge of Allegiance on the first meeting? You guys okay with that? I just think it's weird to get to the third, and we're finally doing that. All right, item 1.3, Mayor's announcements. I have a couple of announcements today. This is, I know many of you are aware, but I just wanted to let everybody know that we've made a change at the director position for the PSAP board. We came to a mutual separation agreement with Ms. LaHaye. She'd been with the city for 28 years, so I want to thank her for the work that she did over those years, and certainly in a challenging role. Currently, Deputy Chief Chuck Marcotte has taken over leadership of PSAP, and next week we're going to bring back a consolidation where PSAP would ultimately end up under the fire department, which has a lot of resources and hopefully an opportunity to bring some stability to that department and help with retention, help with some of the issues that they're having. So just wanted to make the council aware of that. The mutual separation agreement had terms similar that it did in its contracts. There really wasn't anything to approve tonight, but just wanted to give council some information on that item. And if you had any questions, you can certainly ask them now or reach out at your leisure. All right, the next one, water meter change out. So water department's got me given an announcement on that. So the city's going through changing out the water meters. Keep in mind, you can opt out of the smart meters, but you do have to have the water meter changed. They're timing out. We do need to know what the meters are saying, so we know how much to charge you for those meters for what you're using for water. There is a number of houses in this tranche. There'll be multiple tranches that they're going through that are on their 4th or 5th notice. Ultimately, after 6 or 7 notices, there does become a point where they have to get those swapped out or they're going to have to shut the water off. So make sure you're aware of that. I think there's 580 homes in this first tranche, and they'll need to contact Keystone Utilities to get that done. This is the same thing that a lot of other cities have to go through. Ultimately, they do time out, and you have to swap them out. So if you've gotten those notices and those door hangs, please reach out. I'll just list it here. You can reach out to the website, www.keystoneutilities.com/schedule/, and they also have a toll-free number, 877-587-2279. And then once this group is done, they'll start the next group, so it's going to be continuous throughout the summer. And they waited for some of the areas that might have older plumbing. They wanted to wait, until the weather was better, just in case there was any freezing or any damage that could happen there. So get called in and make your appointment and make things easier on everybody. All right, that's all I have for announcements today, so we'll move on to awards, presentations, appointments, and proclamations.
2.1 is a proclamation, Fair Housing Month, April 2025.
All right. Whereas one of the greatest freedoms enjoyed by Americans is the freedom to live in a home of one's choice, and whereas each resident of the city of Grand Forks, North Dakota, is urged to support efforts and to put into practice the principles of freedom, justice, and equality that our great nation was founded during the nationwide observance of Fair Housing Month. Therefore, I, Brandon Bochinsky, Mayor of Grand Forks, North Dakota, do hereby proclaim April 2025 Fair Housing Month in our city and urge all citizens to honor and abide by the letter and the spirit of the Fair Housing Law. Thank you.
2.2, Health Champions Awards.
All right, just do it. Ms. Miller. I think I'm supposed to come down for this part. Is that true? All right.
Good evening, Mayor Bochensky, members of City Council. I'm Shaylee Miller, Public Health Communication Strategist and member of the National Public Health Week Planning Committee. This week is the first day of National Public Health Week, and we have some fun events going on. We have a rock hunt happening in the downtown area, and we also have our Healthy Selfie Challenge on Facebook, as well as a walking Moai plan for Wednesday. I encourage everyone to check out our Facebook page at GF Public Health for more details on these events. Now, it is my honor to present to you all our 2025 Public Health Champions. So these awards recognize individuals, groups, or organizations who champion and lead opportunities for health across our community. These champions live, work, or volunteer in Grand Forks County and promote the principles of public health and have made outstanding contributions that have advanced the community's health. We would like to thank everyone who submitted nominations. We did get many, and it was really hard to choose. The champions who are here tonight, please come up to receive your award and a photo when you hear your name. I'll also be sharing a bit about each of them as submitted in their nominations. Our first award tonight is presented to Mary Ann Devig, a parish nurse. She takes her two strongest skills, being a registered nurse and being a talented musician, and has created two strong programs in our community. Meeting monthly, the Memory Cafe provides information and support to those living with dementia-related diseases and their caregivers. Using her musical talents, Marianne also directs the Unforgettables Choir for people in our community with dementia-related diseases and their caregivers. Choir members can be found coming alive through the music and find a safe, friendly place where they are more than their disease. Thank you, and congratulations, Marianne. Next, we honor Shiloh Previty. Shiloh is a dedicated grassroots community leader whose work reflects a deep commitment to creating inclusive built environments where everyone can thrive. From increasing street lighting for safety to conducting sidewalk audits for walkability, Shiloh actively improves our physical spaces. They also help cultivate a healthy community through gardening projects, teaching healthy recipes, and fostering connections that enhance social wellness. Shiloh's advocacy, organization, and hands-on efforts consistently uplift both physical and social well-being in our community. Thank you and congratulations, Shiloh. Our next award goes to Katie Kavanaugh, Grand Forks Park District Horticulturalist. In her role, she prioritizes public health by including edible plants in many city parks. She has modified the composting methods to eliminate the use of pesticides and commercial fertilizers for district flower beds, and she serves on the Grow Well Grand Cities Food Council and Greater Grand Forks Food Security Committee. Last summer, Katie worked with a local group to help revitalize Skidmore Park by improving accessibility and seating and planting gardens where produce, native plants, and pollinators are welcome. She uses innovative approaches to enhance well-being, such as creating Bloomfest, an indoor garden where residents can enjoy spring flowers in the winter. Thank you and congratulations, Katie. Next, we honor Sarah Blackman, public health nurse at the Grand Forks County Correctional Center. In her role, she has greatly improved efficiency of nursing at the Correctional Center by implementing electronic systems in place of paper. Sarah trains all the officers at the Correctional Center and the Regional Youth Assessment Center in correctional medical training, certifying them in safe medication administration, and she is the substance use disorder liaison with Agassi and Associates. Sarah also helps connect inmates to mental health care through our local providers and the state hospital. Beyond all of this, Sarah helped save the lives of 2 inmates and took time following the incident to talk with officers involved to check in on their well-being and connect them with resources. Thank you, Sarah, and congratulations. Finally, we honor Sienna Smart and Casey Pesh. Sienna and Casey are co-chairs and founders of the Pink Warriors Breast Cancer Support Group. These ladies are passionate advocates who have created a vital support system for survivors and those battling breast cancer, ensuring that no one faces the journey alone. Through their leadership, they provide emotional support, education, and empowerment, addressing not just the physical challenges of cancer, but also the mental and emotional toll it takes. Beyond their peer support efforts, Sienna and Casey actively promote breast cancer awareness, early detection, and advocacy within the community. Their voices as mothers bring a unique perspective, highlighting the importance of health education for future generations. Thank you and congratulations, Sienna and Casey. Thank you all, and again, congratulations to our 2025 Public Health Champions.
Move on. All right, 2.3, legislative update.
Mr. Bernstrom, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. This update will be pretty short from a legislative standpoint. They're starting to get into conference committee. We, as a Grand Forks Legislative Committee, we're kind of down to a handful of bills that still need some addressing, so I'll touch on a couple of those. We'll hear about the trip to Agristo here coming up next, but House Bill 1332 has not been, it's been passed by both houses, but it got pulled back into appropriations. So we're waiting to see that meeting in appropriations on the Senate side to see if there's anything. We like the bill the way it is right now, but we'll see if there's any changes that will come with that. We hope not. A property tax reform. There's a lot of work since last time I talked to you guys. There's been 2 amendments to the House Bill 1176, which is the governor's property tax, or the leadership property tax reform bill. The first one, they call it skin in the game. And what that is, they've changed the primary residence tax credit. So what it is residents, the state would pay 75% of your property tax bill or $1,250, whichever is less. So the primary residence property tax wouldn't exceed $1,250, but everyone would get at least $500. So it's this moving scale based on how much property tax you pay across the state on your home. They'll cover up to 75%, but at least $500. But if your property tax bill is $4,000, they're not going to pay that full 75%. So we're working through that one. That one is still getting worked out. That one's going to go to conference committee. It did get passed by the Senate. So with those amendments, the other amendment to that was the legislative intent to address property tax reform for both commercial and agricultural at next session. So it didn't really give any guidance of what that reform looked like. It just said address it. So those are the 2 amendments into that bill. And then finally,
Mr. Bernstrom, just quickly on that bill,
Yes.
and then they're still looking at a 3% cap. I know it had bounced around. It was 2 for a little while, then it went back to 3. Is that where it landed?
It is
On
at
both of
3.
those,
It is
yeah.
at 3%. There was an amendment in committee to make that 2%. It didn't receive a single vote. So it was
Not even the person that brought it forward?
not even the person who brought it forward. I guess peer pressure.
Oh, okay. That's,
It didn't receive a single yes vote. The amendment did. So anyway,
Okay.
so it's still at 3%. And then our water resources budget, which is House Bill 1020. They're working on that in the Senate side, and they haven't voted on it yet, but there is an amendment that is being discussed. So when it left the House, there was $260 million for Red River Valley water supply. The Senate's now looking at $150 million for Red River Valley water supply. Also on the House side, they passed $20 million for municipal water grants. They've increased that to $35 million. Still waiting for final votes on that one. It is Water Week in Senate Appropriations. I believe they're discussing this bill every day this week. So we'll see what comes out of that. But that's where we're sitting with our water budget. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
Any legislative questions or otherwise from Mr. Burnstrom? President Sandy, please.
Mr. Burnstrom, what happened to the property tax bill in appropriations?
As far as those amendments?
Yeah. Like like locally, some of our local representatives in the Senate voted to reduce the amount of property tax relief that the governor was proposing, correct? That is correct, right?
It was interesting in discussion of that, both on the Senate floor and in Senate appropriations. Senator Meyer spoke up and was against that amendment to drop it to
And Senator
$12.50.
Meyer, I certainly believe he was,
But then he turned around and voted for it once it
but
was-
because at that point, you have to promote some property tax
Correct.
reform. But he certainly was outstandingly outspoken against the amendments to reduce the property tax relief, and I believe is in the best interest of the citizens of Grand Forks and as well as citizens of North Dakota. I think people should pay very close attention to who's voting to reduce people's property tax relief. I think it's very telling. Thank you, Mr.
Yep.
Burnstrom.
No problem. Any other questions?
All right, thank you for the work you do.
Thank
What, you
you.
got about a month left?
They are, also of note is it's a little less than a month. They're hoping to be done with the session by the end of April, which will
Okay.
leave them some extra days.
Some special, yeah. All right, perfect. Thank you, Mr. Burnstrom.
2.4, Augusto meeting and tours update.
Mr. Phelan, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of City Council. I was honored to go on a Belgium trip, so we have a few photos here, and I'm going to have some words, and I'll hand it back to the mayor. But I was honored to join Mayor Bochensky and Councilman Brosowski, Lisa Botnin, our environmental director, Keith Lund from the Grand Forks Region EDC, and of course Dan Goss, our city attorney. So we had a very productive trip that I want to let you know, and really quite positive. This is the final photo when we were there. This is on the second floor of Agristo corporate headquarters, and just to kind of give you a heads up on their entire team is part of this North American investment in Grand Forks. This gentleman right here, his name is John Heinlein. He's the commercial director for Agristo, so he's in charge of all sales in Agristo. This gentleman right here was just hired. His name is Vincent Lawyers. And he's been hired for these international investments. They're currently completing an investment in France. They're working in India, and obviously Grand Forks would be their North American investment. This gentleman is going to be really important to us. His name is Ruben Davos, and Ruben is going to be the lead construction for the Grand Forks facility. So he is going to be coming here in Grand Forks. He'll be moving his family here, so he'll be living in Grand Forks for 3 to 4 years. So he'll be moving his family and 2 young children to Grand Forks, so you certainly want to be quite welcoming. This is Ward Clairbocht, and Ward is their legal counsel. This is Stephen DeKuyper, and Stephen's in charge of the agri business side of Agristo. Philip Whaleys is the CEO, and then we also they have co-CEOs, which is unique. So there's a CEO on both. This is family owned, so 2 families that own it. So he's in charge as a co-CEO of one side of the family, and the other side of the family is a woman named Hannelore Race. And so we saw her the day before, but she was not at corporate headquarters as we move forward. This is Nellie. She is the CFO for the company. And then finally, this is Tomas Eman, and Tomas is in charge of all their international investments. So he's spending a lot of time in India, and he spent a lot of time in Grand Forks as part of these international investments that they're making. We saw 2 facilities, and so this facility right here is in Nazareth, Belgium, and this is a facility that has been retrofitted. So a previous partner that they used to work with owned this facility, and Agristo bought this plant and has made some significant renovations of this particular facility. You can see this is they've added this office area for the plant itself. So this is not their corporate headquarters, but this is the office that's attached to the facility itself. This particular facility is not a fry factory per se, but this particular makes form products. So form products to them are things like hash brown, au gratin potatoes, tater tots. They don't call them tater tots, but I would call them tater tots, and other potatoes that are formed into various shapes and sizes. And so that's what they make at this particular facility. And I'm going to show you the next facility, which makes the fries. So I think it's important for the Grand Forks facility that's going to serve the United States mainly and North America, is that that facility will be a form product facility, will also be a fried product line. So they're going to do both of those products. The third product that they have are potato flakes. We didn't see any facility where they made potato flakes, and they will not plan to make potato flakes, at least initially, at the Grand Forks facility. We also went out to the farm, and so you can see where obviously the farms are much smaller in Belgium than they are in North Dakota and in the United States in general, but you can see where they've already begun planting potatoes. This was on a piece of rental acreage where Agristo is renting this property to plant potatoes. And then on the picture on the right is their storage. And so we talk a lot about the investment for Agristo in the processing facility, which includes that $450 to $500 million facility. But there's going to be, they've estimated about $150 to $250 million in farm storage that's going to be needed. So this is unique. It's precast concrete. It has a kind of an airflow system in it. So it's something that we don't necessarily have in abundance in North Dakota. So there's going to be a lot of on-farm and off-site investments that are going to be made regarding storage in North Dakota. This is the Wilsbeek facility. Right here you can see where their corporate headquarters is right here. And this is their newest facility in Belgium. And this is the fry factory right here. And so you can see where we're looking up into that 3-story or 4-story building. Unique to this facility is that you have the corporate headquarters that's attached to this large facility, where they're making an abundance of fries of all different kinds, whether they're potato, and I think they even said they do bring in sweet potatoes into this facility to make those fries. So that's that particular facility. Again, here's another shot of it with the corporate headquarters and then also these buildings. Really, it's very similar to what we see at JR Simplot, where they have, a reception and storage of potatoes coming in. You'll see a peeling area, a production, packaging, cold storage, and transport. So you're going to see a similar setup that you see with JR Simplot facility. Just, I think the magic, as I said, is all the stuff on the inside, how they arrange all the various pieces of equipment as part of it is really the distinctiveness of it. The other thing they want to build with their facilities is they want to build it with precast concrete. So if you look at JR Simplot's facility, you will not see precast concrete. They prefer to build facilities with precast concrete for noise, for production, all those various things. So I think one of the things they're really scouting out as part of the build of this particular facility are what are concrete costs going to be, as opposed to what they're seeing in whether it's in India, France, or in Belgium. So that's a distinctive difference in this particular facility. Before I hit the last shot, I would say just the timeline. They did provide us a timeline. We went over the development agreement. I would anticipate the development agreement would be in front of you, likely in the June and July timeframe. Really what they're focused on right now is they're focused on working out some final particulars with BNSF, and they're working on some final particulars on a land acquisition. And Mr. Bernstrom talked about that $30 million forgivable grant or forgivable line of credit that becomes a grant. They're waiting on that to get finalized and signed by the governor. So I think when they align those things, they're going to be ready to move forward with finalizing some of those key things that will move forward. I would anticipate then in that June, July timeframe that we would be looking forward to moving forward with approving that development agreement. Currently, right now, they are working on the layout right here in Grand Forks. They're looking at likely here in the near future, looking at a general contractor that they want to contract with to help build this facility. and then working on engineering and contracting. So really, that'll be their 2025. Moving forward, we won't start seeing construction on that site until the beginning of 2026, is what their schedule is, with the installation of equipment in 27, and then starting in 28 and leading into the fall, we'll see production at that facility. So that's really where they're leaning forward in this particular facility. And of course, they need to grow potatoes at the same time. That's the important, really, part of where we're starting a new industry, is that as they start to develop this facility on the site that they're looking for, and they are trying to land, the Fufang site is their preferred choice, so they continue to work on that. They also need to work on the egg production side. So there's a two-pronged effort to try to make this facility move forward. With that, I wanted to show you, there was what we also discovered, whether we were in Holland or in Belgium, and most people know this, bicycling is a big deal. And so by chance, they had a tour of Belgium going on at the same time. So this video shows we're right outside the corporate conference room and on their patio, and we're looking out as this race is going by. But you'll be able to see the facility itself on a video, but you'll also be able to see the street that's out front and the nearness of the residential homes. With that, Mayor, I turn it back over to you and anyone else who participated on the trip.
Thank you, Mr. Field. I'll see if Ms. Osowski has any comments, and I'll close out. She was also on the trip, so please, Ms. Osowski.
It was a wonderful experience, and I'm glad that I got to go. I'm glad that none of us got hit with the bicycles, because they own the road over there, that's for sure. You know, one thing that I really wanted to check out while I was over there was the smell, because we do not want to have the same problem that we had with Simplot. And the people at Agristo, they were very willing to talk with me and communicate with me, and so I really appreciated that. And one thing that they do is, they do put up these concrete buildings, but also inside the building, they have like different sections, so almost buildings within buildings, which honestly, besides one room that really smelt bad, we could walk around the rest of the plant and we weren't really bothered with the smell. Like Mr. Phelan stated, their headquarters is built right onto their plant, and you really didn't smell too much. And after this trip, I really feel confident that if they build what they say that they're going to build, I do not think that we should have issues with the smell. We'd have to talk to Lisa about kind of the wastewater and things like that. But I mean, it was a good experience, and I'm very thankful that I got to go visit both of their plants and just seeing their entire process. The only thing that we did not see was harvest, but it obviously wasn't harvest season. And, the storage facilities, they smelled fine. They looked good. It was very, very clean inside there. That's one thing that I really noticed. I haven't got to tour other, potato factories or anything like that, but it was very clean. And although, they might not be perfect all the time, they really take into consideration what their citizens have to say. Like, as you can see in that video, this plant really is right across the street from some residential areas. And they explained to me that even if just one resident has an issue there, they have to address it. And so if they come here with that mindset that they're going to take into consideration, all of our citizens' concerns, I think that it will be okay for our community, so.
All right, thank you, Ms. Osowski. Just a couple of comments that I would like to make, and we're really reiterating a lot of what was said, but I think we got to understand the gravity of just this is truly a generational project and a generational, let's call it a marriage with the Grand Forks community. It's one thing to get to hear them talk, but to be able to go to the plant, on the plant floor, and get to see that culture, how they treat employees. I can't remember if it was in Willsbucky or if it was in Nazareth, but in their packaging area, they had these giant windows. So when people are working, they get daylight, but then they had a big blind on it. So at night, the light didn't go out and bother the neighbors. So they had been thoughtful, both to their employees, but to the community as well. I thought that was great. Good discussions on how to move forward. Obviously, they've got a couple incentive things that they're waiting to come through, but by July, they could have that property secured and really moving forward. As we look at other plants, I mean, you got Thief Rivers losing the Arctic Cat, a lot of the employees there, even the bus plant up in Pembina. You know, for Grand Forks to be able to bring these in, we're bucking the trend nationally, and that's going to raise wages and help, everybody in the community. So I think it's the exact type of company we want here, and we got to make sure we bring this one home. So thank you, Mr. Phelan. Yep. Anything else, Mr. Gosted? Lisa, any comments from the back? That was pretty much the team there, so all right. Thank you, Mr. Phelan.
Thank you,
Any other
Mayor.
questions from the group?
Yes.
Yeah, please, Mr. Veen.
Yeah, have we been able to, Mr. Phelan, probably identify the improved economics for the farmers in the region? I mean, this is bringing a new product to and I believe it's dry land versus wetland versus irrigation, right?
Right now, I'm going to say they're planning 50/50, so 50% on dry land and 50% on irrigated.
On irrigation.
Yeah.
But it does open up some opportunity for dry land, which we currently don't have, right?
True. I think that's the huge thing. So when we've been in part of grower or farmer meetings, that's the big deal, is that they're going to be able to return dry land, potatoes to the dry land that we've lost over the last few decades. And so there's a real excitement among the potato farmers in the region that is going to add really a growth crop for them, one of high production and high value. And so there's a huge excitement to return on those dry land fields to potatoes.
Do they then contract directly with the farmers? I mean, it's not like a co-op, but they would contract at a certain unit price or something like that?
You are correct, Councilmember Vian. And I think they've already started contracting with farmers in our area and throughout the state, and I think into Minnesota. So they've already started that because they know they need to start growing and getting things ready so that they can start producing in 2028.
Yeah, because I would assume the seed potatoes, I mean, you're going to have to start well in advance to have them available, right?
They are, and I've heard up to, I'm going to say, plus or minus, they're working out to in and around 6 growers for some of the seed potato, just so that they can grow the seed potatoes in various areas and to get that production going. And when we last testified at the Senate A committee, we had the seed commissioner came to testify, and I'm going to paraphrase him, but kind of a guy that looks like he'd been around a few rodeos in life in the seed area, and he said this is the biggest thing that's happened in the in seed production area in decades on this facility. So I don't think he could have been much more high on this coming to North Dakota and all that it's going to bring, to include the seed growers.
Yeah, I was just going to say that they have an agronomist that goes out and works directly with the farmer, so their quality control starts at the seed and continues through production. So they're constantly, managing that. They have to manage over there. The average size of a farm is only 50 acres. So they were blown away at the size of the farms here. So it's far less complex here as far as working with the growers, far less complex than it is with what they're doing in Belgium. So I think they were, pretty excited to see the amount of land that was available and to see what they could do in Grand Forks.
Yeah, and I guess I'm trying to hit home. We will have benefits as a community, but the farmers will also see benefits for what's going to happen. Did they talk about any of the spin-off businesses that would be created with this?
They talked in general about some of the companies that they want to work with. We didn't get into particulars about who else they would want to partner with, but they did discuss that further partners would come. I think probably the one thing we did see on their on a site plot that they're working on is that obviously that 350 plus or minus acre site is terrific. And I could foresee they're looking at, which I think would be unique at this site, is storage, actually storage on that site for farmers. And so they wouldn't necessarily have to build on their farm or near their farm, but they could build storage on this site, which would help, the farmers. It would help their facility to make sure that things stay in time. So those are some of the things that they're talking about regarding their particular site.
Because in previous times, when all the potatoes were dry land, every farmer had their own potato warehouses, right? And this would be more consolidated, you're saying?
They are, yeah. They would likely own the land, they said, but likely, they're still working on the details, likely leased, provide a lease option for various farmers on their particular site.
Then any type of freezer space for finished product like Simplot has or anything along that line?
They will. They'll have a similar freezer that we see with JR Simplot. We saw it at both facilities, one at Nazareth and also the one at Willsbeek. We both had high bay freezers. And so we will have at least one high bay freezer on this site too.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? Ms. Berg, please.
I believe you said it, but just to want to make sure I heard it correctly, they're looking at the Fufeng land as a potential option, and hopefully they'll settle with that site?
Yep, Councilmember Berg and Mayor Wojciechowski, they're in negotiations with Fufeng, and the word we heard is that things are proceeding well, and certainly they don't want to put all their eggs in one basket. But that is a site that they are leaning into. It sounds like negotiations are going relatively well with Fufeng, and certainly City of Grand Forks, we want them to look at that site for all the reasons that all the investments that we made on that site with site infrastructure.
All right, thank you, Mr. Phelan.
2.5, GFK Annual Report.
Mr. Reesinger, take it away when you're ready.
All right, sir. Good evening, Mayor Wojciechowski, members of City Council. Appreciate the opportunity to present this evening and the invitation to provide an update on all things GFK.
I'll get you the presentation.
Oh, sure. There you go. Perfect, thanks. Just wanted to start out by recognizing our current Board of Commissioners for our Airport Authority. 4 of those are appointed by the City of Grand Forks. We have our current Chair, Dane Simonson, Board Vice Chair, Steve Coleman, Rebecca Osowski, City Council Representative, and Tony Hodney, who's one of our newer members of the Airport Authority Board, recent President of the Chamber, and he's been on our board now since about November. And then we also have 3 more board members that are appointed by Grand Forks County. Commissioner Rustad is the county board representative, and then longtime board members Tim Mutchler and Rick Melland also are members at large. That makes up our 7-member Airport Authority Board. Wanted to provide a high-level financial snapshot here, so hopefully you can walk through this and feel free to ask any questions at any time. We have 2 budgets for the Airport Authority, an operating budget and a capital budget. So wanted to provide the data for the year of 2024. You can see the budgeted numbers for both the operating and capital, and then the breakout for revenues, expenses, and net revenue. Happy to report that in 2024, we were over budget on operating revenues, under budget on operating expenses, so that resulted in a net revenue of $540,524.56. On the capital side, you can see the large numbers there, $39 million budgeted. We still do have some expenses that are coming in from some of the work that was done in 2024, more so on the engineering side, closeouts, et cetera. However, at year end, you can see the numbers. We were slightly under revenues on the capital side, but expenses were also for that large construction project. We did receive good bids throughout the work, and I'll be touching on that a little bit further. You can see also on the budget side for the capital, we budget a zero or break-even net revenue on the capital side. So the large share of our capital revenues are from federal grants, but we also receive state grants and, of course, the local city and county property tax mills that we utilize those funds for our share of capital projects. We'll go into more detail on that also. One item I wanted to note, as is a requirement, is the total operating capital and fund cash reserves at year end totaled $13,589,923.44. There's an asterisk down there at the bottom, kind of a footnote. These are currently unaudited financials. Brady Marks is our auditor. They were on site back in February. They're completing the audit. That has yet to be received, reviewed, and approved by our Airport Authority Board as of yet. So once that's reviewed and accepted by our Airport Authority Board, it's our standard practice to send that then to the city and the county and other entities as well when that's done. We do anticipate that coming at our April board meeting later this month. Also wanted to note that these numbers do not include depreciation. We do not budget for depreciation. However, of course, those do show up in our annual audit. Any questions on those financials? Okay. A little bit about the construction that occurred. That was a big number for us last year. And ultimately, this overall plan was approved back in 2019. And as you well know, on large capital projects, they take many years of work in order to complete. This was a significant project for us. The plan was approved in 2019. We had a need to improve efficiency, increase capacity, enhance safety, and we also had a need to allow us to maintain large aircraft operations, including commercial flights, during future planned primary runway reconstruction. And so this went through the master plan process and approvals with the North Dakota Aeronautics Commission as well as the FAA at the headquarters level. Once we received that approval, we proceeded with an environmental assessment and land acquisition on the west side. So we did acquire approximately 350 acres of land over on the west side here of the old County Road 5. That was completed in early 2021. And then we had a partial relocation of County Road 5, which is the orange here, in order to move that outside of the runway protection zone and safety area for the extended runway. Next up, we had the reconstruction of the intersection of the two runways. You may recall that construction in August of 2022 when we had a shutdown for 12 days. It was the only way to facilitate that work, but it was completed on time and in budget within that 12-day period. That was 24-hour per day work to minimize the impact during that construction. Then ultimately we had the extension, which is the yellow shaded area. We had drainage and subsurface, and then also, of course, the pavement on top. All total, we had about 6 inches of sub-base concrete, and then 13 inches of concrete on top of that to provide the strength needed for the larger aircraft. Ultimately, it was a 2,500-foot extension to the west to make that runway a total of 6,700 feet. Before, it had been 4,200 feet. And so that does allow for a large aircraft to be able to operate on that runway. We also, the kind of reddish shaded area over here on the east side then was the reconstruction that occurred last summer, and ultimately we're able to complete that on time as well. Here you see a spreadsheet. All total on the Crosswind Runway project, we received 8 federal grants over 5 years, totaling just over $50 million of federal grants, primarily through the FAA Airport Improvement Program, of which we had to compete for those discretionary grant dollars. Also received a little over $8.7 million in matching funds from the state and $10.7 from local funds. And those, again, local funds were primarily funds that were from the city and county property tax mills that we received. We utilized those as we went through this entire work for the project. And you can see just shy of $70 million overall on this work. October 16th of 2024 was a special day. We had the ribbon cutting event out at the airport, and a special day to celebrate that. Thank you to Mayor Bachensky for coming out and speaking at that event. And as you said during that event, there's a lot of concrete, but it's the future for Grand Forks in a lot of ways. We've got a lot of positive things happening and positive momentum, and I was happy to hear that the airport was being recognized as part of that, so thank you. Next up, we have the primary runway reconstruction. This project has been discussed for many years. On the left side of the screen here, you can see the yellow shaded areas. That's what's known as a pavement condition index, or PCI. The North Dakota Aeronautics Commission every 3 years pays for engineers to go out at the airports across the state and do surveys and determine the condition of all the pavements of the airports in the state. And that runway is known that to be aging, and it is important to note as well that the original pavement that's still in place was from the early 1960s. That concrete is the original concrete. You've got 12 inches of concrete and then 12 inches of asphalt on top of that, right on a lime stabilized clay base. The fact that we've gotten 60 years out of that pavement is really actually pretty amazing. But we have the last major project, or last major rehabilitation, was done in the summer of 2001. That was a mill and overlay project. And so we've gotten some good life, extended life from that as well. But certainly is time to do a complete reconstruction. And when we say complete reconstruction, in this particular case, it's removing the 12 inches of asphalt, the 12 inches of concrete, digging an additional approximately 2 foot deep further to build up the proper pavement section of aggregate. We'll be putting in drainage, which we've never had before. In this particular area, I think it's appropriate to say that airports and landfills and lagoons don't always go in the best agricultural land. This is essentially a swamp. If you let it go, it's a wetland. And so with the soils that we have, to get proper drainage is very important. And also, again, a point to note that we've gotten some great life out of the pavement that's existing out there. A couple of high priorities, obviously, that I want to touch on relative to this primary runway project. Vitally important for us to maintain the safety in a high traffic volume environment throughout any construction, and of course also maintain air carrier operations during construction, which, because of that crosswind runway and because we have the intersection already done, we will be able to facilitate that without any interruption to commercial service during the time of this primary runway reconstruction. The estimated cost for the complete construction is $75 million. We are currently in design for that project and actually ready to be bidding here very soon, the first phase of that work. But the breakout for the estimates per our capital improvement program is we'll be competing for $37 million worth of federal funding, primarily through discretionary grants from the FAA. We are actually going through the legislative session right now where we have a legislative request of $30 million into the state. I can report on that early stages and early in the process, that request was supported by Governor Burgum and ultimately Governor Armstrong in both of their budgets. It was included in the North Dakota Aeronautics Commission budget as part of Senate Bill 2006. More recently, though, and in mid-March, when the state legislators received the state budget forecasts, there were some changes and some additional looks at that. And the requests, not only for Grand Forks, but for projects in Fargo and Dickinson, were removed from the from the North Dakota Aeronautics Commission budget. And presently, there are conversations about how that will be funded going forward. So I ask for everybody's, not only to update you on that, but I ask for your support going through this process, because that $30 million becomes vitally important for us to be able to complete this work. And we are fully engaged with all of our senators and representatives. I should have noted on that the Senate Bill 2006 actually passed on the Senate side unanimously. It's on the House appropriation side that it was removed more recently from that bill. So at a minimum, we need to get something passed and then ultimately get to a conference committee is where we see this going. And then additionally, the $8 million as budgeted would be local or airport support, again, primarily through the mills that we receive from the city and the county, as we pledge those only to the capital projects. I also want to note that the funds from the federal government and state tend to be fixed, and it's an annual process. So it's a bit of a leap of faith, frankly, to go through this, because we have to phase it out. We don't receive all of those funds up front. And if there are cost overruns or bids that come in high, that's ultimately going to fall to us as the local entity. And that's the way we're proceeding with this project. I'm going to pause there if there's any questions on the primary runway.
Good. Mr. Veen, please.
Yeah, how many year processes are you anticipating? You got 75 million, and is it a 2-year process or?
Sorry, I had one more slide. There we go. This is going to answer your question. I forgot. It does need to be phased, absolutely. And so we are proposing to split it into 3 phases, a north portion, followed by a south portion, and then a middle portion. And ultimately, the way this works, as I mentioned, we're going to be going out for bids for the first phase here very soon, just later on here now in April. We'll be receiving those bids in May. The fun part about all of this is we won't learn about our federal FAA allocation until September. So the contractors actually will hold their bids for that period of time, and we won't approve those bids until we have a better sense of where we're sitting with the federal dollars. Of course, by that point in time, we'll also know more about the state funding as well. That actually has worked quite well when we're competing for these federal discretionary dollars on the other projects on the crosswind runway. The contractors we found have actually, we had some concern at one point in time about them needing to hold the bids for that period of time. However, because they're bidding a year prior to the work actually taking place, it's actually been a benefit, because the contractors on these larger projects have liked to have that type of project on the books for the following year. So we've been getting some pretty competitive bids in a frankly, a pretty tough bidding environment over the past several years. And Councilmember Veen, does that answer your question?
Yeah, that one. My other question was earlier on the new runway versus the length of the old one, of the current north-south. Looks like the new east-west runway isn't quite either as wide or as long. Is that right?
That's correct. So, Councilmember Veen and members of the council, the new runway is 6,700 feet long, 100 feet wide. The primary runway currently is 7,300 feet long, 150 feet wide. We did go through the full process with the FAA, and all those lengths and widths and everything need to be justified. We found that the crosswind runway, based on the design category aircraft, current and future projected, that especially in a crosswind runway environment, the 100-foot wide width was plenty fine for what we needed to be able to support. Now, we did make our case technically The FAA could have required us to reduce the width of the runway, and we really preferred not to do that. If we have it, we'd like to maintain that. So we were able to make our case to keep the 150-foot width. There is another side note there, aircraft have become a lot more efficient over the years, both in takeoff and landing, but especially takeoff distances. They don't need nearly as much runway length as they did in previous years, previous generations of aircraft. Another thing to note is the width, or excuse me, the strength of the primary runway. We are going to be going above and beyond even the design category aircraft. We did that with the intersection project. We added at total local cost. It was not a large cost, as I recall, was approximately $200,000 to add 3 inches of concrete to preserve the potential for larger aircraft, potentially cargo aircraft, for the life of this runway, rather than writing it off and saying that we wouldn't be able to have the ability to have larger aircraft in the future. So a lot of that has been built into the overall design.
Here, one last question. On as far as costs, you're projecting, for the next 3 years, and there's a lot of unknowns going on right now. Do you have contingency monies then built into this? And did I hear you say that locals would be expected to pick up the difference if in fact they go outside of the estimated numbers?
That is the general process. Certainly we can always make the case for additional federal funding, but typically, especially for discretionary funding from the FAA, you're not able to reimburse yourself. It has to be in advance. So the federal funding becomes problematic in that regard. The state funding, that's why we're pushing for the $30 million that we are. We believe that that's viable, but overall, you're correct in that if we go over, the backstop for those types of funding is either other additional local sources or potentially either the infrastructure loan program through the state, which the airports do qualify for. My understanding is that fund right now is very low, and they don't have a plan at the present time to be adding a whole lot of funds to that, but that certainly could be a legislative initiative in the future. Beyond that, we're talking about potentially bonding to be able to make up that kind of a difference.
That would be my biggest concern. If that's going to come back locally, how do we have that built into our current and future budgets? Because you're relying on property tax.
Potentially, correct. Just a couple of other items on the primary runway project to note there. The second bullet, the air carrier aircraft will utilize the crosswind runway during the primary runway reconstruction, and then at the conclusion of each of these phases of work during the construction season, the full length of the primary runway will be open during the non-construction season. So that will allow us to maintain the ILS approach, which is critically important, especially during the winter time, but really all times of year with fog conditions and other, to be able to support the aircraft during the winter months. Any questions on the primary runway reconstruction?
Quick question.
Mr. Weigel, please.
Looking at the rating of the primary runway, I'm seeing everything from 60-ish to 67-ish or 66. At what point in a rating is that runway no longer usable? What rating
So I believe
would we
you're
need to get
referring
to?
to these numbers here on the PCI
Correct.
report. Thank you, Councilmember Weigel and Mayor Bachensky. What we look for is basically it's color coded, and we don't want to see that dropping below the yellow zone. So that 56 is really what we're looking for. The North Dakota Aeronautics Commission, not only do they pay for those assessments at airports, but they have a great tool on their website where you can go in and forecast how those pavements are going to look next year, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. By the time that we're getting near the end of this project, we would be definitely having pavements on that primary runway in the orange zone. So we are at the time where this needs to be done, and there is some pressure to be getting it done on time and on budget. At the same time, I will say that, as I mentioned previously, the fact that we've been able to lengthen the life of this pavement, I think is a tribute to our maintenance staff who do all of the crack sealing, pavement marking, other surface, as well as all the safety inspections. We do all of that in-house. And so the preventative crack sealing has been very aggressive, and I think that's helped us to prolong the pavement, certainly watching for, we call it FOD, foreign object debris. It can be very dangerous and damaging for aircraft, sucked into aircraft engines and that type of thing. So our crews that are out there on a daily basis are making sure that that's minimized, but there certainly is a need to keep advancing this work.
Yeah, just a comment to that. That's why UND needed Bravo and Charlie ramps redone, was because the concrete degraded so rapidly. It was fine, then it wasn't fine, and then it was terrible. And so the foreign debris becomes a real problem. Catching a rock coming off a small piper is much different than one being blown around by a 737. So certainly this primary runway desperately needs to be redone and as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Sounds like 32nd Avenue a couple of years ago. There you go. Please
Not quite like that. Our tolerances are very, very high from that standpoint. I mean, we can't have that type of material out on the runway. So we will do our best to maintain it and get this work done. All right, wanted to move on then, of course, to air service, provide an update there. This is the year-to-date report through year-end 2024. You can see that Grand Forks was down 1.21%, and certainly behind most other airports in the state. That has been something that we know needs to be addressed, and we are working to do exactly that. To dig into these numbers a little bit further, I know there's a lot of numbers on this chart, but I will direct you to the bottom two areas there, year-to-date of 2024, and then the comparable period of time for 2023. At the top, you can see we've got broken out Delta, Allegiant, and then both airlines together. And ultimately, the capacity numbers are the seats available by month, and then the number of passengers that boarded in each of those months, which results in a load factor or percentage of seats filled, kind of like a hotel occupancy rate, if you will. The target load factor for Delta is 80, typically for airports our size, and the target load factor for Allegiant would be 85, just by the nature of the type of service that they provide. You can see that we were slightly below those load factors for 2024, but also slightly below the number of seats that we had for 2023. Not a huge amount, but you can't put people in seats that aren't there. And so that really is ultimately the issue. And so what we're working on, of course, is moving forward with adding seats, flights, airlines, aircraft to the market. And we're going to do that with a small community air service development grant. We applied as a community effort, and we were successful in receiving that grant. Ultimately, it's a $1 million grant to provide a minimum revenue guarantee to a new airline. The community had pledged an additional $509,000 of support, of which $300,000 was pledged, up to $300,000 was pledged by the city of Grand Forks, so that's greatly appreciated. The airport authority cannot provide direct subsidies to the airlines. However, we can provide waived fees, and we are doing so as part of this application. Waived fees of up to $300,000, so landing fees, terminal rents would be waived for that new service, and $100,000 in marketing to support specifically the new service. This was again, community-wide effort, collaborative effort to attract more service. We need a new airline, we need an additional hub, and more competition in the market, which we believe will ultimately result in more passengers. This has been a very aggressive campaign. Thank you to the mayor and the entire Air Service Expansion Committee for their leadership and efforts on this high priority initiative. I have very good news to report. Just last week, Friday, as you know, we had been waiting to receive the Small Community Air Service grant that was being held up for some additional reviews, but we did officially receive the grant last week on Friday. And so we will be processing that, getting that approved, turned back around to the DOT, and then we'll be moving on. And as again has been reported, the City Council approved Phase 2 with the Meehan Aviation Group. I know they are already working. In fact, we've got a meeting scheduled for later this week to have some further planning on that. Preparing for headquarters meetings with SkyWest, United, and Delta to be scheduled in the near future. So that is advancing. Any further questions on air service?
Well, I'll have a couple of questions, but I'll wait till the end, so let you finish
Okay.
this first.
Very good. I did want to provide a brief update on UND Aerospace. They remain at an all-time high for students enrolled and actively flying. There's 2,100 students enrolled, 1,600 in the current flight schedule. For fiscal year 2024, their fiscal year runs from July 1 to June 30. They conducted over 122,000 hours of flight training. And of note, interestingly, October of 2024 was the busiest month ever for the GFK Air Traffic Control Tower, 41,411 operations for the month. That made GFK the 9th busiest airport in the United States for the month of October. We were following airports of Chicago, Atlanta, Dallas, Denver, Las Vegas, Charlotte, Los Angeles, and Phoenix. And we were ahead of JFK in New York, Houston, Boston, Miami, Seattle, San Francisco, LaGuardia, Orlando, Philadelphia, and Minneapolis. Nonetheless, we are a unique airport in that respect. And we're proud of the fact that we're able to keep that many aircraft flying. I wanted to mention a couple of large developments taking place or planned to take place in the near future. UND Aerospace is planning a new dispatch building to break ground in 2025. If you're familiar with the barn hangar up on the far north side as you come down Airport Drive, this would be immediately to the right of that facility. So they'll be demoing the old dispatch building and a hangar and replacing it with something obviously much more modern and conducive for their activity up there. Also planned a new FAA air traffic control tower to break ground in 2025. This is a completely FAA-funded project. You can see actually the barn hangar that I was referencing in the lower right-hand corner. This would be looking to the northwest. This is an actual rendering of what they propose to put on the site to replace the older and the facility is just not large enough to support the need for the FAA. So this is another significant development here. Interestingly, that's a rendering looking from the north to the south there. Interestingly, this tower would be approximately 200 feet tall as proposed, making it the third largest structure or building in the state of North Dakota, following the Capitol, and then I forget the name of the hotel down in Fargo right now, but there's a hotel in Fargo as well. So interesting development there to be advancing. So again, in summary, it's an exciting time for GFK. We're advancing the airfield development program. There's strong community support for air service improvements, and we're moving that forward. And our tenants are planning new major developments of their own. And we certainly are happy to help facilitate that as the airport authority. So happy to stand for any questions further that you may have.
Thank you. You want me to start, Mr. Friedel, or you want to? Well, I mean, yeah, obviously, it's been no secret, I've been disappointed in the trend over the last 10 years of the Grand Forks Airport as it relates to commercial service. I'm glad to see that we're making some moves. Really want to thank the council in getting the Meehan Group involved to actually spearhead some forward momentum in that. Just a couple, well, I got one question and kind of a proposal. Is Mead and Hunt still involved in the air service expansion role? Are they still a consultant on that front, or have you, now, I mean, are we paying for two people on that front, or is Mead and Hunt and the Meehan Group still working on that, or what? Where do you kind of land that?
Yes, Mayor Buczynski, we do have an agreement with Mead and Hunt, but they provide us more statistical information for the airport airfare studies and or updates and also performance type reports. So we do still have an agreement with them, but ultimately working collaboratively as part of the group.
All right. Is that something the Meehan Group could get? I mean, I'm just trying to eliminate some overlap if there is any.
I'm not sure that Meehan has wanted to provide that information, but as far as the airfare type stuff that we have been getting historically, so I think we tried to separate that out through the process.
Yeah, you can just see my concerns that Mead and Hunt has been doing it for 10 years, but we've been declining and we really haven't gained any ground until we, hired a new consultant. But I'm happy with the direction it's going. Again, want to be positive here today. I think one thing I wanted to mention for the council, and as we look at the 2026 budget, obviously we've got other, airports that have been performing well. Bismarck just added flights to Chicago. That's going to start in June. Minot, Bismarck, Fargo have been outperforming us. None of them have a regional, airport authority. We're one of the unique ones that does have that. So I'm not seeing the value in having a complete separate entity, and I think we should look at, if we're going to consolidate and bring it back within the city like it was in the past, is there savings that we could have on duplication of consultants, HR, finance, accounting, administration, grant writing, engineering at the city has done a phenomenal job writing grants over the years. So I guess I would propose we look at the city, what can we save by consolidating and having the airport authority be a city department like it was in the past, like Bismarck does, like Minot does, both airports that have significantly more air service than we do. I think we could study this pretty quickly and pretty easily and see what cost savings there are there, and certainly contemplating it. I'm not saying that's the direction we have to go, but I think it's something worth considering for the council. If something isn't really quite working, sometimes you got to make a change, and people don't like change, but we can't continue to go in the direction we are with air service. So I guess I'd open it up to council or your thoughts as well, Ryan, Mr. Riesinger, on what that would look like going away from that model and more to a model that, Bismarck, Minot, Fargo has a municipal airport authority, so they're not relying on county representation there. But I guess give me some of your thoughts on that, and then I'll open it up to council.
Yes, Mayor Buczynski, there's many ways you can operate an airport. There's no doubt about that. And certainly things can be studied or decisions can be made going forward. And I respect the city council and the county board and ultimately the airport authority board for the best way to advance the airport forward. So we can be a partner in looking at that and providing information. I do see benefits in an airport authority, independent entity, to be able to manage and move the airport forward for the long term. And I do believe also that the Airport Authority Board is proud of the achievements that we have made. Certainly there are challenges, but ultimately we want to continue to work on those collaboratively. So that'd be my initial comments to that.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? Mr. Friedhoff, please.
There's more in your I guess, the CIP, your capital improvement plan. Like nowhere in this brief do we talk about the user experience too in the terminal. Like, we watch Fargo grow. They've added a couple gates. They've added a parking structure. I even saw they have like a valet service now. There's just a bunch of user experience things that it really attracts people there. And as we grow this, I think we really need to focus on part of that as well, because it's great to see the UND dispatch building a new FAA, but I don't think the general user cares, right? I think it's great for the city and community, but is there anywhere have we even discussed improvements to the terminal?
Yes, City Council Member Friedhoff and members of the council. That's something that we do on an ongoing, regular basis for the terminal. Our terminal building was newly constructed and opened in 2011. So some time has passed certainly for that. But for example, we just recently completely upgraded the Wi-Fi system. It was antiquated, needed updated coverage and abilities there to meet the needs, and that was done as just part of our regular overall operating budget. We also, at significant cost, added powered seating that's certainly an item for cell phones and laptops and such while people are waiting in the gate area that we saw and addressed and moved forward with some costs. So we continue to look at those types of things and want to make those types of improvements for our passengers, and we'll continue to hear of other items that might be needed moving that forward.
All right, President Sandy, please.
Mr. Reesinger, wasn't the Grand Forks Airport also one of the first, if not the first, airport that had dual services of selling food and beverages, both inside and outside of security?
Yes, City Council President Sandy, back in 2010, when the terminal building was being designed, they looked for ways to be efficient with that new design. That building at the time was about approximately a $20 million building. When you think about that is actually quite a bargain from that standpoint to have a functional building. But part of that was trying to make it as efficient as possible. And so with the costs of having food and beverage service, but also wanting to try to meet the needs both landside and airside, that was looked at, and unique aspects were done to be able to accomplish that in the building. So I appreciate you noting that, and that has worked well for the passengers over the years.
I think also prior to your time coming here, Fargo aggressively approached FedEx, if I recall, and I don't remember how many flights FedEx had into Grand Forks, but regardless of who was managing the airport authority, Fargo has been much more aggressive with their push towards commercial air service, and they've done it by putting in significant resources, local resources, in order to do that. They paid FedEx, I think the tab was $600,000, after FedEx had even said that they didn't need the money and they were moving anyway, they still gave them the money. So I think as a community, if we want to continue to grow, I'm sorry, that was a rhetorical question, right? If we want to grow our air service, I think we're going to have to be making a concerted effort the way we have been with this air service grant, and being prepared to, as a community, being prepared to having to pony up serious dollars. I mean, Mr. Weigel and I, he mentioned this earlier, that Williston's outpacing us, but to the best of my recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, Williston is paying the airlines to fly in and out of Williston and to have additional seats there, which is why they're outpacing us. So there is a magic recipe to this. All it takes is money. And so if we're willing to pony up the money, fine, but that's not an airport authority decision. In Williston, that's the city of Williston doing that. The airport doesn't have those resources. So it's easy to let's call it fix. If we think it's broken, it's easy to fix it. All it takes is money. So
Yeah, actually, City Council President, and Mayor Vichensky, if I can, on the City of Williston comment, they, since 2021, just recovering from COVID, when they had lost Delta, you're 100% correct. They've been averaging about $1.5 million of city funding to support two Delta flights from Williston to MSP per day. And that subsidy is continuing. So $1.5 million per year.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. You definitely have to develop critical mass, and you can't lose it. That's probably equally as important. So I think Obviously, we're where we are now. We're spending a ton of money, hundreds of millions of dollars on runways, air traffic control towers. UND Aerospace is spending a lot of money. I think the 99% in the community wants more flight options at a price they can afford, and that's not there right now. So that's to me the most important thing, and the most important thing for the masses. So, Mr. Veen, please, and then we'll go to Ms. Lunsky.
Yeah, just very quickly, the price per ticket for, I'll just say from Grand Forks to Minneapolis versus Fargo to Minneapolis, is there a variation there?
Yes, Councilmember Veen and members of City Council, Mayor Buczynski, there is. We have worked over the years to try to make our case, especially with Delta in this case, to keep that gap, if you will, as small as possible. Our target has always been $50 per one way. At present, from the latest airfare report that we received, on average, it's about $100 difference on a one-way, so $200 difference. But just comparing Delta to Delta seats now. Our argument, or our case to Delta historically has been when a passenger leaves the Grand Forks catchment area and flies out of another airport, there's less of a chance of them flying on a Delta aircraft just because there's more airlines. That has worked at times in the past, but we have seen those gaps open and close over various periods of time. So that certainly will be a key part. In fact, I provided the last airfare report to Meehan Aviation, and that's going to be part of the conversations that we have recently or upcoming with Delta.
Ms. Lunsky, please.
Can you explain how we're the 9th busiest airport? Like, obviously, we don't have as many people coming in as LaGuardia. So what exactly does that mean?
Yes, so Commissioner, our City Council member Lunsky and members of City Council, that is purely based on the number of operations, so takeoffs and landings, and 95% of those would be UND Aerospace. So that is how, with the students that are doing the flight training here at GFK, that's how you get that many operations comparatively.
Yeah, if the UND student's doing 6 touch and goes and they take off, that's 7 operations. And then the Delta flight lands, that's 1 operation. Yeah.
Correct.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for being here and thank you for the presentation. Much appreciated.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
2.6, rental program presentation.
All right, Mr. Basewood, I know we've got a few that have been waiting to hear this, so.
Mayor Buczynski, members of council, I'm in front of you guys twofold. One, to just give a brief synopsis on the rental program, but I've been in front of council, it was about a year ago. We've had some changeover in council, so to also brief those of you that don't know necessarily anything about the rental program, or have questions regarding the rental program. So I'm not gonna spend a lot of time. It's gonna be a real brief overview, and then I'll be available for questions. But I think most importantly is we've had some comments from council members. We've had some comments from citizens. So it's probably time to have a discussion. That discussion, I would look for guidance from the policymakers. So we'll quickly go through what's the rental program. Well, the rental program, it can be found in Chapter 21 of the City Code, Article 6, residential rental licenses. So from the research that I've done, I can't find anything else. It appears that Article 6 came to fruition around that 2006 timeframe. There's been some adjustments that were made in 2003. There's always been a rental program in the records that I've looked at, but not necessarily a rental program that's requiring fees, et cetera. Currently administered by the Department of Building Safety. Right now I have 2 staff members that perform rental inspections, and they have with the oversight from the deputy building officials. So those 2 staff members, they're not just a rental inspector. I have one building inspector doing it and 1 construction inspector doing it, who also have other tasks throughout their day. Rewind probably 5-10 years ago, that's all that they did was rental inspections were out in the community. But as the community is growing, job tasks have switched a little bit and priorities have moved. Let's see. I also have our administrative special senior. She provides administrative support as needed. Prior to 2024, the office downstairs and when it was upstairs handled everything. Handled all the scheduling of not only contacting landlords, but really coordinating everything. I'm not saying that it was a mess. It just wasn't efficient because they'd follow through with all the violations, try to call somebody, say, hey, there's a violation, you have X amount of days to fix it. We switched that in 2024. The 2 staff members that are doing the rental inspections, they own the rental program. Again, they have oversight from the deputy building official and myself, but they own the program. So they've split up the city. One person may have a bunch of management companies that they work with. Another individual may say, have everything north of university, but I allow them own the program. You guys do your own scheduling. You guys work with the individual landlords, their maintenance staff, and bring to me anything that can't be solved. And it's been working very well since 2024. It creates those vital relationships with landlords, the management companies, and the renters. So what's the purpose of the rental program? This is taken directly out of city code, out of chapter 21. I've kind of bolded some different words throughout the 601. But ultimately, it's to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of Grand Forks. It goes into, any of our purpose statements in our city code basically a brief synopsis of what we can and can't do. But the bottom line, it's to make sure that our rentals are safe throughout the community. Now I'm going to get into what does a rental mean. So who needs a rental license? Really anybody. It's unlawful for any person as an owner, manager, etc., to be in control of a rental unit without a license. Now, as you read into city code, there's some exemptions. But I want you to at least look at the definitions first, what a rental is, what a rental unit is, and what a dwelling. Again, I'm not going to sit here and read them to you guys. It's open in city code. But the bottom line, a rental means the leasing of a rental unit to a non-owner. But then we get into who needs a license. So there's some exemptions. Everybody when you saw before, who needs a license? Everybody needs a license. But now who does not need a license? So there's some exemptions. There's several exemptions in here, but I've highlighted dwellings having 3 or more rental units within the same building. So there was a comment a couple weeks ago from a citizen that said, we're paying for rental licenses. Everybody else isn't paying for rental licenses. Now, that's a discussion for the council to have. What I want to do is give the definition why I believe that's currently happening. So right now, single family and duplexes. So those are the only 2 that we charge a rental license per chapter 21. Those are built under the International Residential Code. That's no different if you're going out to build a brand new house built underneath the residential code. All the ones that are exempt here, when we talk about apartment buildings, 4plexes, 5plexes, etc., hospitals, hotels, motels, those are built under the International Building Code. Same set of codes, much more complex. So you have a single-family dwelling or a duplex. You don't necessarily have fire suppression systems in there, fire alarm systems, et cetera, all the advanced life safety systems. So that's the whole reasoning behind having a licensing program when it comes to a single family and a duplex, because they don't have those. So we need to be out there inspecting those, making sure that they're safe for our citizens. We go through those big multifamily ones. They don't have licenses. They have a certificate of occupancy. If we find things, we have the ability to go to the city attorney and suggest that we pull the certificate of occupancy, but typically we don't find that. We don't find any of those issues when we have management companies involved. I mean, I shouldn't say we don't find issues. We find issues all the time, but they're fixed in a timely manner. So real simple, fees, and I think this is a conversation that several council members over the years have called me about. What are the fees? We have 2 simple fees, $35 for a single family and $70 for a duplex. We put that in place. We changed fees in 2024 in the mayor's budget. It went from $25 to $35 and $50 to $70. We did not change them in the 25 budget.
Mr. Basewood, just real, how many complaints are you getting on how many come in complaints on paying that fee are you getting in
I've,
an average year?
To that point, I probably had maybe two complaints over the past, my realm here, 4 years, and it's typically one or two of the same individuals. But we typically don't get somebody that calls and says, I'm not going to pay this. A lot of times people forget to pay it, and they'll call and they'll say, hey, I haven't paid since 2020. Can I pay everything? We don't go back. We probably should, but it's a paperwork nightmare. But we get few complaints where somebody calls and said, hey, this fee is too high.
So you said 1 or 2 over 4 years, so less than 1 a year.
Yeah,
generally.
it's always, it's
Okay.
very few. Now, I hear that conversation, out in the general public. Why do you have this fee compared to this? But an actual complaint that I would consider a complaint, very, very few of them. I've heard several, I wouldn't consider them complaints saying the number's too low. I hear a lot of that, but not somebody calling and saying this is too much of an expense. So by the numbers, this is as of Friday. Right now, there's 1,227 single-family licenses in the rental program, 445 duplexes, and then 647 multifamilies of 3 or more. We know that, as myself and staff, we know that there's ones that are missed. We always have ones missed. We'll get complaints, or people will call in and say, I think this is a rental. Is this a rental? We'll look it up. Doesn't appear to be. And then we do some cross-referencing, look at water bills. There's one owner, water bills going to somebody else. Then we follow up. It probably is a rental. They get a letter. They get into the program. So there's more than likely, the numbers are a little bit higher. These are the best numbers that we have for right now. And then again, I put at the end a caveat. I've been, prior to being in front of council several times, we've talked about different means of being in front of multifamily, trying to get to these places more often than every 5 years. Currently, the process with 2 staff members is we try to get in every 5 years. Right now, we're running on probably close to that. Each individual is close to that 1,100 number each year, but it depends on what those rentals actually are consisting of.
Mr. Baselick, another question. You 1,227. Could you work with GIS with Adam and his team and maybe get like a heat map so we can see where those are? Because if it's 1,200 throughout the community, that's different than 12 or 1,000 right by University Park.
Absolutely, and we've set that up before. I don't know how active it is now, but I'll work with them, get it updated.
Thank you.
You want them broken down to single, duplex, and multifamily?
Probably, because the multifamily is going to include single-family homes that have been converted, right, to 3, 4plexes too?
If they're big enough to go.
I would just do them all in different colors, yeah.
And then the next slide is, I always like to talk about the most common violations. You look at those numbers, you hear complaints, or you may get someone, hey, there's a problem, there's a rental problem. We don't find a lot of violations out there. Smoke detectors, number one. Those are the ones, single family and duplex, those are missing all the time. And it pains me when they're missing. They need to be fixed right now. That's a life safety issue that they get a letter, but typically those individuals, the inspectors that are out and the individuals that we're working with, that's turned over within a 24-hour time frame. And we try to sell that or educate, hey, you don't have a smoke detector in your building. If something happens, what say you? CO detectors, that came into code a couple of years ago. We still find throughout the city where they're missing. And then GFCI outlets, just in the wrong place. But those are really the 3 top ones. But again, smoke detector outweighs everything. Now, if you break that down and you look at single family, duplex, and multifamily, I would venture to say that our multifamilies are big buildings. Very few are found of smoke detectors that aren't working or missing, because those are on, back to those life safety systems, those are on monitored systems, et cetera. So if something does go down, they know, their maintenance staff knows that it's gone down and it's fixed immediately. Single family, I could be renting and I burnt my toast, so now I take the smoke detector down. Inspectors go out, they find that violation. We talked about complaints from a fee side. We don't get a lot of complaints when it comes to rentals throughout the city, but we have steady amount of complaints. I break them down. I broke this one down on where our in the past year where our heavy complaints have. Right now, I would say the probably the highest number of complaints is that university area. It's probably in about a 6-block radius if you look from Columbia to 20th in the north to 10th, I think that is. We get a lot of complaints of people parking on lawns. They don't have the adequate amount of parking spaces. You can go out there, a UND hockey night, I guarantee you on either Saturday morning or by Monday, we're inundated with complaints of individuals parking on the lawn. By the time when we get out there, or PD gets out there, because it'll go through the same loops, PD may get it to go check that they're parking on the lawn. It's not per code. Get out there, they're gone already. But a lot of parking complaints we get throughout the school year. They'll settle down now in the summer, and then it put down there. We get cleaning sidewalks in the wintertime, excessive garbage, potentially too many people. So when I talk about potentially too many people, that's another way that we identify either violations, but that's another way that we can identify that it's a possible rental where. It's in a residential neighborhood. We get a phone call saying, hey, there's been 10 cars here for the last 2 months. Can you guys look into this? And that's where we draw down and try to figure out and do some research to see if it actually is a rental. We do get complaints from renters, but typically when we get a complaint for the renter, by the time we work that issue, it ends up being a civil matter anyway. But we do try to help the citizens or the renters in those units the best that we can to point them in the right direction. But most of the time it goes to landlord renter rights. And then that's it for questions. So again, as I opened up, it's really to open up the conversation to council. Budget's coming on board. If you want myself and my staff to look at a program. I'm here for guidance, I guess. And I'm here for questions too, so.
Thank you, Mr. Baseflug. Just 1 second. I just want to pose, we had talked with President Sandy and Vice President Weigel before. You'd mentioned the complaints, a lot of them related to condition of the rental properties. We kind of came up with 3 areas that we've got to kind of look at. Is there policy that we want to get involved in or not? So on top of that, I think, and President Sandy really pointed this out, is that you price out first-time home buyers. A lot with these rentals, they get snatched up by cash offers, and in that price range, that's probably your $150 to $300, and that prices out a lot of those first-time home buyers, those younger families, because they might be having a mortgage or have more conditions on their offers, and then they're kind of forced into that loop, but to continue renting or find another area to live in. I think that's affected some of our school population and kids getting there. And then obviously the third one, there's probably less you can do about that as a city, but just you lose your sense of community when you've got 50% of the houses are rentals, just more transient nature, people moving in and out. So obviously we got a balance of private property rights, but also maintaining the rights of the other of anyone else that's in the neighborhood. So I guess we kind of looked at those 3 things. Obviously there's more, but just wanted to sort of posit that to the group and start the discussion. Ms. Osowski, you were ready to go, so we'll start
Yeah, I
with you.
am ready to go. It is 7:30. It is past my bedtime, so I have lots of questions on this. First of all, you only have 2 staff members and they perform other job duties, and that's changed in the past few years. Like they used to just do inspections and now they have other job duties.
It's changed probably since 2021, since we became a department. So in the past, those 2 positions have always been called building inspectors. That's all that they were slated to do, was to go out and do rentals. Over the past 2 years, as the mayor's budget has come to council and been approved, we've adjusted that. So staff has the ability to grow within the department along with as the city's growing. So a new employee could come in directly as a building inspector. They're probably going to start off just doing rental inspections. But we have so much going on in the city, remodels, new decks, new homes, that we need that staff to be out in those new build areas to contribute to growth. So they can be anywhere from a building inspector to a construction inspector to a senior building inspector, but they're all somewhat intertwined to the mission of the department, which is building safety. So it was a long way around your question, but I don't have staff members that all that they do is rental inspections.
Yeah, I appreciate the short answer.
Short one coming up then.
One moment. I guess I don't agree with the fees at all. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't be paying fees, because obviously we have city staff that we have to accommodate for. But, you know, when I go down here and it says that, you know, you guys on a yearly bias rather than 5-year rotation. So how often are you even inspecting these properties?
Well, I can tell you that we're in them every 5 years, no matter what.
Okay.
But we put a push.
But it has not included multifamily
No, it always has.
yet.
Always has included. What I have on there, and I apologize,
This includes
Councilmember
multifamily,
Wasowski.
but has yet to be implemented.
What I'm
So-
saying with that is, we've identified a means not to be in the multifamilies, meaning to utilize their third-party inspectors. And I guess I kind of skipped over that as I was giving my brief. But a lot of these multifamily units, they have management companies, they have other requirements from other inspectors that need to come in. HUD, for example, will come in, they'll do the exact same inspection we've done. So we put a plan together, so in some of those instances where they have either third-party, insurance, et cetera, we would accept that. That's what I mean by it hasn't been put into place yet. But no, we're doing
But we
single-family
also-
duplex and multi right now.
Right, but we also have large companies like Oxford who own a lot of, you know, private homes.
Sure, and we
in
have
my
wonderful,
area, and so
wonderful
then-
relationships
So
with their
then,
maintenance staff.
so then are you just skipping over Oxford homes because they're owned by a management company?
No, I think, and again, nothing, and Mayor Buczynski, Councilman Osowski, nothing's been put into fruition, but if we were to have those conversations, I would propose that would only happen for multifamily. There's companies that manage multifamily, manage single, manage duplex. So I think those are some things that I'll take direction and we can look on.
You know, I had a citizen complain for a while and about their neighbor. And I called to find out the last time they were inspected, and no one could tell me. I believe you told me one thing, I believe someone else told me another. And so, like, how are we even keeping track of when these are being inspected?
So currently, since that has happened, and we've had that conversation, those are monitored. That's why it's put underneath the deputy building official. As the department has been restructured, it has to have oversight. So I talked about the individual inspectors, whatever their title may be, have oversight over their individual areas. But there has to be a supervisor involved in there. There was a miss there for quite some time that there was not a supervisor involved. So now we're making sure, not only making sure that licenses are not past due. We had 1 year where we didn't have licenses. There was a whole batch that didn't go out. There was no oversight over that. So we've captured on some of those inefficiencies, making it more efficient on a yearly basis. And that's part of the reason I'm in front of you guys, this council right now, is to talk about efficiencies.
So, but only the single family and the duplexes need licenses?
Currently, the way the code is written.
I guess I disagree with that. I think if we're going to have rental units, we should just be treating everybody the same. I do not think that we should be pinpointing just the single family and the duplexes, you know, and I mean, I feel like I have a lot of renter problems in my ward, you know. I just want it to be all the same. We should not be giving some people don't have to pay, don't have to have rental licenses, and then others do. I think that's really unfair, and I don't care what it is. I think it should be just maybe $5 per unit for everybody every year, or maybe we should pay $40 per unit once every 5 years, because that's all you guys are going out and saying that you're inspecting. I mean, I'm happy that you got it under control because, like I said, the last time, no one could tell me the last time that apartment was inspected. And so I'm happy to hear that, but I think that we need to have a conversation on these fees and how we're treating, like, all of our citizens. I just think it should be fair and equal and the same across the board. And so I would like to hear other people's thoughts on maybe how we could go about making this even. I think everybody, if you're going to rent property, you should have a rental license. I don't think it's fair that only, Joe Schmo who rents out his first home that he ever bought is getting dinged with rental license and rental license fees. And then you guys aren't even going out there and inspecting them.
I think, Councilperson Osowski, again, I want to clarify, and I'm not here to argue, but there's a difference between a rental license and a certificate of occupancy. I talked about once you get above 3, you're a commercial building now. Now you have a certificate of occupancy. There is much more thorough requirements for that building to get a certificate of occupancy. So we look at our neighbors across the street. They have a certificate of occupancy. That's essentially, you could look at that as a
Right.
license.
Okay,
I just want to be clear.
So
with
what
that.
happens after 20 years? And that building might be run down. I have a lot of rundown apartment buildings that are more than 2 units in my ward. And so they're just passed over, like they don't matter. I mean, right behind, I think it's right behind like Judy's. There's a bunch of slummy apartments back there, and you're telling me that those don't have to pay a fee and they don't get inspected?
Well, I'm not, Mayor Buczynski, Councilmember Osowski, I'm not telling you that they don't have to get inspected. There's a schedule that we have. It's up to one's own interpretation, what looks good, what doesn't look good. I open the presentation, it's all about health and safety. That's the direction that I have to my staff right now. When you're doing inspections, it's health and safety. Simple as that. I don't want to see something come back that says, paint this, do this, do this, because that's the stuff that doesn't get done. We want to make sure that the people that are renting are renting in a safe and healthy environment. But again, looking for feedback. And
I guess I would like to hear what you guys have to say maybe about the fees, but I would like to talk about the fees. So,
Well, let's open it up. Ms. Berg, did you have something first? And then we'll kind of work it clockwise here.
Yes, I guess I was going to ask a little bit, or for a little bit more information on that certificate of occupancy, because it sounds like there is a lot that goes into that, which could potentially also cost money. So if we're talking about fair, there's other things that we're currently not aware of that you haven't spoke of.
so Mayor Buczynski, Councilmember Berg, it's tough to define that depending on what it is. So if you're looking at a new building. Now, if you look at an apartment building, as Councilmember Osowski alluded to, those buildings on the north end that are older, they're built under different standards. So we can't go into those buildings and say, you need to change this because this is what the new code says. I hate calling out one, but we have a neighbor right across the street that is the most updated code that this board is adopted. So it's different as time goes on. In 2012, I think everything over 3-plex and above we require to put in notification systems. So those that didn't have fire alarm systems, that was brought on within the fire code and within the building code. We went out and did a project to bring those up to snuff. So some of those older buildings are brought up to snuff to a sense, but there's a lot. I could try to break it down, but it would be easier to look at one building compared to another building and I'd be happy to sit down with each one of you and kind of show that example on how that works out.
Mr. Baselug, I mean, you have some cost for the certificate of occupancy. They're going to have a building permit, so some of that cost is already paid by someone that's constructing. Would that be a fair assessment?
Mayor Buczynski, that is fair assessment. And new build, all those costs are weighed in within the building permit, the mechanical permit, the electrical permit, and the plumbing permit.
I think the fees it's a good conversation to have. I don't think anyone's, I don't think that's solving any of the problems that we have. I think we've got I know there's enforcement stuff that Danny had, Vice President Weigel had maybe wanted to talk about. I think there's other issues. Certainly, the fee is one of them, but we're talking about a $35 fee a year. And I mean, we can certainly balance that in many different ways, but I think it's a bigger discussion, quite frankly, than the fees. So hopefully let's finish the fee discussion and then continue to move on or go whichever way council prefers. So why don't we start with Ms. Lunsky, and then
I think it was a little disappointing how you said someone called and they hadn't paid for their fee for 5 years, and you said, don't worry about it. I think we should treat everyone fair. So if the honest guy is paying his $35 every year, I think Joe Schmo should be paying his $35. So if he doesn't pay his fee, you guys don't go after him or try to
Mayor
collect that?
Bochinski, Councilmember Lunsky, I probably alluded to that a little bit different. So we don't have a system that I can go all the way back and redo those fees. I can probably look at them to try to figure it out. We just have never had that set up within our department. So I'm talking when somebody calls in and says, hey, nobody's called me for an inspection for X amount of years, I haven't paid, can I pay it? I guess I've just done the right thing to say, this has been on us, we're gonna come out. I'm not gonna back charge you for a mistake that we've made, but I could certainly, I mean, we can look at that as we discuss. Typically what happens when people don't pay, that goes out of our rental system. So, meaning that we run batches. If we send out a batch and we don't have individuals that pay over time, that'll go out of the system. So it's a convoluted system, but I think I could take that comment. We can make that happen. It's not that I'm telling them, I can see this right in front on my computer. There's $80 that you owe. I'm going to forgive that. It's, no, we don't have that information. You're giving me the information. I'm not going to.
Why don't we make this simple from now on? If there's back pay, they're going to pay that. Okay, you got that done? Perfect, thanks.
And did you just mean if they don't pay it for so many years, they're not a rental anymore?
No, we don't. So that's past practice. When it wasn't managed, when it was, I don't want to pick on how it was ran in the past, but in the past, those that were assigning, they would go in if something wasn't called in, if we didn't get a batch or a payment over time, that would fall off. We actually had staff that would go into the system and rentals would fall off. We have several rentals that I know that they're rentals, and we know that they've been rentals for years, and they've just completely disappeared. We've got them up to snuff now with the other rental inspectors owning their individual areas, but it would just disappear. They would take that out of our system, which is, it's our New World system, the same that most other departments work within the city, but a lot of those notes were lost, et cetera. So that's what I mean by falling off the system.
Thank you.
All right. Who's next? Mr. Weigel?
I'll be quick. I think being in Ward 1 and having part of campus in my ward and also working for the university, I maybe have a bit of a unique perspective and have met many times with some of the people in the neighborhood. The three things I hear about, I never hear about the licenses. From time to time I will. I think the big three issues that I hear about are trash, either not in the trash can, trash in the front yard, whatever the case may be, but just general trash, lawns, and snow not being cleaned up. Those are the big three things that I hear of. I'm a solutions person. What I would like to do or have the ability to do is I understand that when a trash complaint gets called in to inspections on a Friday night at 2 a.m, I don't expect you to answer your email, go through that. And I understand that typically by Monday, when you get to it, that stuff's probably picked up. I think that's fair. I don't expect you all to work 24/7. However, what I would like the ability to do is that when this does happen, it's typically in the university area. I would like to have law enforcement have the ability to cite for that. And maybe that's a code change from Mr. Gosta that we can look at later on. When you throw something out of your vehicle and drive away, it's a $500 fine. So we charge people $500 if they get cited for depositing rubbish on the roadway. However, you could have 7,000 beer cans in your front yard that are going to go blowing everywhere, and that all of a sudden becomes an inspections issue. So I would like the ability for law enforcement to cite for that, just like they would for a noisy party. My goal is it wouldn't be criminal, it'd be an infraction similar to a noisy party or littering. And so at least we have, our law enforcement has the tools that they can use for that portion. I think the snow would be difficult. I think the grass would be difficult. I think that falls more under the health side of things. But I think for the trash, I think we could easily address that. And at least it's a tool in their toolbox. Doesn't mean they will use it every day, but at least they could use it if they wanted to.
How about parking on their lawns?
Well, that's already illegal.
I know, but can you cite for it?
Absolutely, yep.
Does the Grand or UNDPD cite for parking on their lawn?
Absolutely, yep.
Well,
We have had those conversations. They get called out, and if they see, and I don't want to speak for either UNDPD or GFPD, but in the meetings that I've been in and the complaints have come in, when they see them and they're there, they do get a ticket. Our staff doesn't have the ability to write tickets, but that's within city code.
One thing I'll add is, one thing to be cognizant about is law enforcement does, I understand that it's a big issue to the person when they're calling in. I understand that. Law enforcement at times does have bigger issues to fry, whether it's a domestic violence call, something along those lines. So when they get there, that vehicle could be gone. One thing that I think we could do to help to move things along is the lady that does street maintenance. She's very good at her job. Really good at her job, writing tickets during street maintenance.
Too good sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so the one thing that I would like to also see is that when she does come across other violations, whether it's parking in the front yard, whether it's something else, some other parking violations, I would like to see her address those as well, and not just the street cleaning or something along those lines. So I think we already have somebody out there. We don't have to call a law enforcement officer over for that. I think she could help supplement that. I do think that there's conversations to be had on, maybe we look at adding another CSO, maybe we look at adding somebody for inspections to assist you. I know we're coming up budget time here real soon, and so I think that's something we could look at. But for me, I'd just like to get a solution started somewhere and see where that goes.
Yeah, please, Ms. Lunsky, please.
I think I would like to talk about downtown with that too. Like if someone sticks their old couch next to the dumpster downtown, that should be someone's responsibility, the couch owner's responsibility. I don't know how you would find that person to ticket them, but I think it'd be great to look at options.
Yeah, and I think when you ticket somebody, I'm thinking of a issue, Sigma World, at the fraternity that they had. I worked that night, and I personally told them at midnight that you should probably clean up your front yard. They said they'd get it done tomorrow, and so I stopped by again on Saturday. I said, you should probably pick up your front yard. And then I stopped again on Monday, and I think with Mr. Baseflug or Mr. Bedard from the health department. So we waited 3 or 4 days. And so I think if I or a law enforcement officer had the ability to issue that citation and just move on like you would with a noisy party, I think that would have solved the issue right away versus having to wait a couple days and the North Dakota wind to blow everything to Thompson. So.
Thank you, Mr. Weigel. Do we want to have consensus or some direction to start drafting an ordinance that would allow for that? And then we can review it in a first and second readings later.
I'll make a motion that we direct the city attorney to amend or draw up a new ordinance related to law enforcement being able to cite for trash.
All right, we got a motion. Do we have a second? Got a motion from Vice President Weigel, second from Mr. Friedolf. Is that enough direction for you, Mr. Gosted, on that framework and work with PD as far as, what that looks like?
It is.
Okay. Why don't we move, if anyone's had any more comments on that piece, why don't we move that to a vote and then we'll.
One quick question on that, and that would be just a workload for the police department. I mean, you start adding that on, that'll take them away from police duties to ticketing for this. When we get into that, I'd like to be aware of how that impacts the workload for what
Sure.
we need the police officers doing.
I think the one thing that I look at is it's not so much that they're going to handle it every day, but I think it's a tool in their toolbox. And I think that if you give them that tool, I think they're getting calls already. And Deputy Chief Johnson could correct me, but I'm sure you get calls at times when there's too much trash everywhere, and the officer still responds. but they can't do anything. They pass it back off to inspections. Well, if we know this has happened 3, 4, 5 times, it's a simple citation that they could issue for that offense. I'm not saying that they patrol around looking for it, but at least they have a tool that they can address it when they're there. I don't think it'll add a crazy amount of work or anything along those lines. It's just something they can do.
All right, any other comments on this motion, Ms. Osowski?
Yeah, this is just for yard trash, correct? Is that what you're talking
Correct,
about?
yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. All right, I wanted to just shift it. I know as part of the, we can work through this fee thing as part of the budget, and maybe if you come up with a couple options, A, B, and C. I was just doing the math based on what you got here. It's like $74,000 if you just come up with single family in the duplex. It probably pays for one building inspector. Maybe come up with option A, B, and C, and we can decide that as part of the budget, and Ms. Osowski can take a look. But on the broader, I know, Mr. Goss said you had done some research on percentage mixes in a community, and particularly a couple other communities that were college communities that had similar problems. They dealt with them a decade ago, but could you give just a brief summary of what you had found in the Mankato and Winona areas? And obviously, much more work would need to be done before we would move something like this, but something to think about. Can you share some of the details on that, please?
I can. In anticipation of tonight's presentation, my office instigated some research to determine if there was a methodology to limit the number of rental units, not the number of people within a particular housing facility, just the number of rental units itself within a particular area. And we discovered that there was a case out of Minnesota dealing with the city of Winona, that they had actually adopted a ordinance for certain areas within their community. I think the case talked about around their university, Winona State, I think were the areas that they were discussing, and the ordinance said that there could be 30% of the lots on each block could be rental units in whatever form. There was a challenge to that particular statute by some of the property owners. The interesting part of who the plaintiffs were, one was a military person that was shipped off overseas that wanted to rent his particular residence. He couldn't sell it. Another plaintiff was somebody that had a job movement, had to go somewhere else, unable to sell her house and wanted to then rent it, and they couldn't get the license. And the last plaintiff that was described was somebody who'd bought the facility for their child to live there while they went to college. The child graduated, and they couldn't sell it. So it was a nice mix of the number of plaintiffs that were involved. All of them wanted to rent, but they couldn't get the license that was required because the number of rental units in that particular block where their residence was located already met this 30% criteria. In this particular case, the city of Winona did a number of, I'm just reading it, public input meetings with the landlords and homeowners in the areas, a number of hearings. They engaged a consulting firm to evaluate the impacts that rental units may have in an area. And so it takes, and I think to the mayor's point, it took almost a year for them to develop this ordinance. But the Minnesota Court of Appeals, it was challenged for equal protection, due process, things like that. And the challenge was successful in that the ordinance was upheld to that type of challenge. So if you're thinking about doing something like that, we're going to want to parrot what happened in Winona, go through that same type of process to assure ourselves if somebody wanted to challenge that. Now, of course, if those that were in place would be grandfathered in, you wouldn't be able to, let's say there was four units on a block and you went to the 30% marker, you'd have to allow all 4 of them to be in place if the ordinance would be adopted all four would be grandfathered in, but no more than would be allowed in that particular block, no more rentals under the ordinance as drafted. So there is a possibility to do it. It's certainly a policy decision, but if you're going to go down that policy choice, you're going to want to do the due diligence, do that fact-finding before you adopt it, so you know, is it 30% the right number? They use 30% because in Winona, 39% of all the lots in that city were rental units, so they thought 30% would be a good number. So there was some fact-finding and some effort to get to the ordinance, and it was really important to the court to explain that in its decision, so.
I have a comment on that.
Yeah, please, Ms. Osowski.
I 100% disagree with us doing that. I mean, I live in the center of rental units Ward 2, we have so many of them. As a homeowner, I would hate for someone to tell me what I can and cannot do with my property. And I think that is wrong. I think that we should just respect property owners' rights, and I would never support doing something like that. And yes, we do have a rental problem in Ward 2, but I disagree with that 100%.
All right, any other comments?
Mayor, respectfully
please.
to Ms. Osowski, I think as a community, we owe it to ourselves to at least go through the efforts of getting public comment on that, hearing what other people think, and potentially implementing some sort of a structure where we are enabling young people. We've got we got two young men sitting in the front row here that are in that age group that we are desperately trying to keep, and the city has done a great job of keeping the young professionals in our community, and that's been proven through studies that have been done by EDC and others. And I don't know about their particular situation, but having a stock of housing available, first-time homebuyer homes, I think is crucially important for our community, so that those young people set roots in our community and want to stay here. And if we don't have housing available at price points, I mean, we know that we have a shortage of housing at all price points in our community. We certainly do. But the single-family rental homes are not $400,000 and $500,000 and $600,000 homes in our community. They're all the homes in your neighborhood, and that's a reason, because they're inexpensive. They're easy for renters or people that want to rent homes. It's easier for them to get into them and then rent them out. They're in a location that's appealing to college students. All of those things. And so I fully respect people's personal property rights, and I agree with you. I fundamentally have a problem myself with telling people what they can and can't do with their own homes. I also know that at some point, inaction is going to cause significant difficulties for our community to attract and retain young people into town. And so I know that I believe it is factual that many younger people, fewer younger people are buying homes, and they are okay with renting, and that's great. I don't have a problem with that. I think that we do, however, I think we should be taking a very hard look at our housing stock. And frankly, I think it's probably time we take a look at housing incentives or housing construction incentives, whether it's what we've done in the past, incentivize getting new lots on the market, potentially providing TIFs or pilots for new rental home construction, you name it. I think we should be taking a hard look at all of these things and having a discussion about what's a good mix for our community. What I do know right now is we have a dramatic shortage of new available single-family first-time homebuyer housing in our community, and it's not getting bigger, it's getting smaller. And so, until somebody waves a magic wand and can go back in time and build a $120,000 house again, the only thing that we have to do, the only thing we can do is protect the available stock of that housing that we currently have. So again, I don't have any magic answers. All I have is questions.
All right. Ms. Osowski, please.
I just have one comment. It'll be real short. You once told me, Dana Sandy, you told me that zoning goes with the home. People buy their homes because of the zoning and the opportunities and the things that they're allowed to do with those. And I feel that that goes, you know, by us putting regulations on that, that goes against that concept. So, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I may have a few other comments. Thank you, Ms. Osowski. I couldn't have said it better myself. Mr. Bosflug, the process for inspections, for inspecting rental homes, what is the process?
So Mayor Buchensky, Council President Sandy, can you clarify that question a little bit? If you have a new rental home?
Tomorrow, yes. No, there are existing rental homes in the city. What's the process? What's the trigger? How do we know who's going to do what? What's going to happen?
So within this, our system that we track with, which it's our New World system, it's an enterprise system that the whole city uses. We have a community development aspect of that system, and the inspectors follow that on I can't say case by case basis. April of 23. Now they're in April of 24. And it shows what is due. So what they'll do is they'll look at those assignments essentially, and they schedule those assignments.
How do they schedule them?
They just make a phone call. It's a simple phone.
They call the homeowner.
They will call the landlord or whomever is registered owner, if you will,
Okay.
or the management firm. So if there's owners are 60 miles or farther away, they're required to have a management firm. They'll call them. A lot of times, what's happening lately is some of these larger management companies. They will just, the folks from the building safety department will get in touch with them and they say, can you come in and we have 50 of these, can we make this work in an X amount of time? But yeah, they're following, it doesn't queue a time. Our system doesn't say, okay, Brandon, it's time for you to go do this inspection. It's just a matter of, these are the ones that are due within this time frame. The individuals inspectors take that, they look and they reach that out to make their schedule work accordingly.
Yep, so how long in advance are they actually scheduling these inspections?
So Mayor Buchensky, Council President Sandy, I think it probably varies. I can't answer for the individual inspectors. So I know that they're not calling today and saying, I'm coming tomorrow. The rule of thumb that we've used in the department is at least a 48-hour notice. That's when individuals are calling in for inspections, and this is not rentals, but any type of inspections. I've given the guidance, it should be 48 hours, or at least have the ability to be 48 hours. My guess is they make a phone call and say, we'd like to come out, when can we make it happen? But I can drill down. I have some other action items from other questions.
I'll make an observation.
Yep.
My twins are college age and they've lived on and around campus and have had the benefit, the luxury of having lots of friends that live in and around campus, and they've been in many different homes. And I know for a fact that there are gross violations of our inspections requirements, of our rules. There are many homes that have more than 4 unrelated people living in them. I'm well aware of some single-family homes where they put a kitchen in the basement, and now they're renting to 4 people in the basement and 4 people on the main floor. So they have 8 men living there, and there are cars parked all over the place. I'm very aware of this. I'm also quite aware and have plenty of people that have seen mold and construction and disrepair, and it seems to me that these homes couldn't possibly have been inspected in what seems like a reasonable amount of time. But if they are, which is certainly possible, I have the sneaking suspicion that people are going in and moving beds out because they know that there's an inspector coming, and then they're moving beds back in after the inspection. And so I would like to see us do more inspections in a shorter window, because I don't think we're doing, you talked about health and safety. I don't think that we're protecting the renters. I think what that is by giving people that much time. The good renters, rental companies, the good landlords do a great job. There are a small few that just plain and simply don't. They're profit takers, and they're doing it on the backs of young people in our community. And I think that we owe it to them, to the young people, to the renters, to make sure that these things aren't going on. So I would love to see us do the inspections much quicker than we are. I think I've probably spoken too much, but I do want to Ms. Osowski's comment about the dollars and cents on the permits. 70 or whatever the dollar amount the mayor said to pay for, we're charging that to help to pay for the inspectors, so the inspectors can get out there and actually do these inspections. One would hope that we can get to a net negative. Our costs for the inspections are covered by the rental licenses, but that's counterintuitive to what you're saying when we're charging too much. I think if you look at what the multifamily, I don't know what they're paying at the Franklin for their monitoring system, but I'm guessing it's several hundred dollars a month that they're paying. And so they're into thousands of dollars that they're paying annually so that they don't have to have the inspectors come in and charge $30 to do the inspections. So I think ultimately we could go to the extreme and say, hey, anyone wants to get a single-family rental license, you were required, your home was built under residential building codes. You now need to get it up to what was it? Industrial building codes, right? Or international building codes. So we can make them put in sprinkler systems and do professional monitoring, and then they can save the $30 a year for the permit, but it cost them $25,000 to bring their rental up to the international building code. So I think that our $30 fee annually is cheap for what they're getting and for the time that our people put in and will continue to put in. So I think I've said enough. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Veen.
Yes, a couple questions, Mr. Basefood. I know you said you're concerned about the inspections and life safety issues. I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, that's a critical part of what your department does. You talked about a certificate of occupancy. Is that what you get when you first build a building and you get a certificate of occupancy to occupy it?
Yeah, so Mayor Bachensky, Councilmember Veen, that's exactly what it is. Now, those single-family dwellings and duplexes, they also get a certificate of occupancy. When they're first built, anytime anything's built, before it's done and handed over in our department or previous divisions, you get a certificate of occupancy.
Sure.
We just don't have that ability within code on a certificate of occupancy that's given for a single-family or a duplex to allow that to be pulled. Where those other multifamilies, those are considered a commercial occupancy, essentially a business, if you will. So that certificate of occupancy that they received at the beginning of the building when it was finished, we have the ability to do things with that. It has to be pretty drastic before we do that, but that's exactly what that certificate is.
But I guess what I'm getting to, they're supposed to have inspections every 5 years, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you only need one certificate of occupancy, and then it's done. Then you're going to rely on your license to be able to continue to have the inspections, and they should be being done every 5 years. And I think I heard you say that that hasn't been done. I said that, so I'm asking, do you have a database that tracks inspections?
Yes, Mayor Bachensky, Councilmember Veen, that's precisely what I was speaking of our New World system. Those numbers that I shared with you, that is the database that tracks those inspections. Now, that, as I said earlier in my answer to Council Member Blunsky, it's skewed a little bit. I mean, new system went into place in 2018. I can't guarantee that those numbers way back when are correct, but yeah, we have a database where if you
But you
ask
should be
me.
able to tell me how many inspections you've done already this year.
Oh, yeah, I have that. I didn't share that with this. I have the email. I can tell you that the email that I received or update 2 weeks ago are inspectors for the last year. So beginning or end of March, we'll just use end of March. They were both together close to that 1,700 mark.
So, and that.
I don't have it broken down, what if it was
The
duplexes.
inspection report should be in their files.
Absolutely.
So you should be able to go to every rental property in the city and go back and look at previous inspection reports to know how often they've been done.
So Mayor
And what they've
Buczynski,
had to do to
Councilmember
comply.
Bean, if they were done adequately, I mean, so I can't speak for 5 years ago, how the system worked. I can't speak how those records were kept in the last 4 years, and as things have been updated, absolutely, those records are in there. But you could sit in my office with me and see that there are several that have been rentals for years, and there's no documentation in there regarding, and it could be a matter of, it was lost in translation. I'm not placing blame on anybody, but what I'm saying is, go back 5, 6 years ago, those records are not as adequate as they are today.
And, okay, so, and you said they've been lacking oversight. The inspectors have lacked oversight.
Right, and so that's why we created our council, at council's discretion through the mayor's budget, we created deputy building official 2023 that was slid underneath the deputy building official.
So do you feel confident in the last 5 years plus that every building has, rental unit has been inspected and it's on file?
No, Mayor Buczynski, Councilmember Veen, I would say no. I mean, I can't, as I opened up with, we don't know what we don't know. So as President Sandy alluded to, there's several that are rentals throughout this city that aren't even in the database. People pay their rent, they're renting over there. They don't let us know. We don't know about it. So with that being said, absolutely, they haven't all been done in the last 5 years. I can tell you with confidence that those that are within the system, those have been done within the last 5 years.
You identified a number that had been taken out. You said just, the staff just took them off the list.
Okay, would you, Councilmember Bean, clarify that for me?
Earlier in your conversation, you said that some people, after multiple times, they just took them off the list and they're not even being inspected anymore.
Yes, so Mayor Buczynski, Councilmember Bean, what I was alluding to in that answer is, over the years, prior to it transitioning to individuals owning their individual area, if you will, so we had administrative. If you would call, I own a rental property, I don't answer, I sell that rental property, per city code, you're supposed to transfer that. If things like that weren't happening, it's within city code that they're supposed to let us know we transferred over. If things like that weren't happening, those were just getting dumped out of the rental system. Since we're still working on trying to go back and catch some of those things, but that's what I mean by it goes out of the rental system. In the past, we found deficiencies of things not being paid, going back in. Hey, it's not a rental anymore. Somebody will come in and say, well, I've been renting this for the last X amount of years. So if you're asking if the system's perfect, I can be completely transparent and say absolutely not. It is not perfect the way we have records right now. That's the whole reason I'm in front of this group, is try to figure out is this an adequate program?
Well, you should know if it's adequate.
And that's why I'm here. It is not adequate. Every 5 years to me is not adequate. And I would agree with the council members that were up here saying, President Sandy, I think, said related we have to do more. We absolutely have to do more.
And you should be able to be the one to tell us what more means.
And I'm willing to do that. I'm responding to just a request from council to come and give that synopsis. But yeah, that's what will come to you for the budget season in 26. Or if this body wants me to do it sooner than that, I'd be happy to.
And then with your database, you can identify the number of inspections and validate all the inspections that have taken place every year for the last, 5 years.
Mayor, can I add one thing?
Please, we'll go Vice President Weigel, then Ms. Berg, did you have something after that? Okay.
This isn't on Mr. Baseflug. This is on us 7. We're the ones that set the policy. We're the ones that set our city ordinances. So this isn't on Mr. Baseflug or any of the inspectors. This is on us. If we want to see something done or changed within our city ordinances, then that's on us to bring it forward and ask the city attorney to draft that or whatever the case may be, or have that conversation about everything. And so I think that we've gone round and round for probably a half hour on this subject, that we need to come to the meeting at times with an actual solution. If we think that we shouldn't have the fees, then I think we should have a vote on it and put it to rest. If we think that if you don't have a rental license, there should be a penalty, then we should have a vote on it. And in my opinion, we're the ones that should be giving that direction. I think that's what I'd like to see going forward. I know for me, I'm going to find out the specific number for the rental code, and I'm going to go through it, and I'm going to bring it back with my suggested changes, and we can have a vote on that and be done and move forward. But just address the issue, and I hope we can do that moving forward for any ordinance issues that I think we have, so.
Thank you, Mr. Weigel. Ms. Berg?
So it sounds like we're going to be discussing this again, because I was going to bring up that for the certificate of occupancy, those that aren't inspected through the rental program, I see that there's a potential that they could do self-inspection. And I work with a lot of folks who get taken advantage of, and I don't trust just organizations to self-report that their entity is safe in itself. So I'd like to see us do something with that.
And I can guarantee you there's 10 times more homes that are out there that the owner occupies it, and it's probably in a horrible health safety condition, and that's not something we inspect unless it's on the rental program. So that certainly can be an issue too, but that goes back to private property rights, and I don't think there's any great solution. I think we've got, probably had enough conversation for today on that. I think finding ways to incentivize home ownership is always going to be key. The city doesn't have endless budgets. I think the state, having the primary residence credit is a huge way to incentivize home ownership, because now you have an advantage over someone that's coming and snapping up a house to rent it. So that's really important that stays. Well, it should have stayed at $1,550. I think it's down to $1,250 now. But anyway, there's things coming down the pipeline that can benefit us. I don't think we got any great answers tonight, but if you guys are good leaving it at that, and we'll put this on a future agenda to move forward. President Sandy?
One
closing
final
thoughts?
comment. I know that in the past, some homeowners have skirted our requirements by using the Board of Adjustments to change their home from an R1 to an R2 so that they could have a second rental. I think anytime you're changing the density of a neighborhood, it should come before our board and we should approve it. I don't think an appointed board that doesn't actually report to us should have the authority to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Yep, thank you. All right, Ms. Storstad, we'll move on. Thank you, everybody.
2.7, tax incentives presentation.
Mr. Phelan, you haven't spoken in a while.
Holly, I'm trying to find that presentation. And I found it. Mayor Boczynski, members of City Council, I think it was Councilmember Osowski asked us to, we were going to present this and then we didn't have a meeting. And so we're back here. So we'll try to be as thrifty as possible getting through this presentation. Mr. Gosted's going to follow me. He's going to talk about some of the legal questions. And I know there's been lots of bantering via email on the pilot and what we can and cannot do. So he's prepared to talk about that. And then Andy's made some great charts on the back to show that these things are fruitful in the end. So we want to show those. Number one, we should know this, at the City of Grand Forks, we really are the leaders of economic development in our community. And we do it in three, I'm going to even add it a fourth. We do infrastructure development. We provide growth fund investments. We know that because we just had a JDA meeting. We do that. We're going to talk about tax incentives tonight. And then we have our community. You know what we hear from companies like Agristo, we got a great community here and a great culture that we should never take for granted. And they also cite our strong collaborative team. So these are the 4 things that we do to land companies like Agristo to come into Grand Forks. And City Council, you're at the helm of all 4 of those things. And without the City of Grand Forks, there wouldn't be a lot of growth and development in our region, to be frank. Due diligence on review. So again, these are all the things that we look at when we look to move forward with an economic development. I won't cite those, but if you read through all of those, why are we so excited about Agristo coming here? Because they're square on every one of those bullets. It's quite incredible of what they're going to bring. They're spot on, if I can borrow a term Mr. Gosted likes to use, on all of those bullets. Tax incentive overview, Mr. Gosset's going to go that. He's going to go through the North Dakota Century Code. They have to serve a public purpose. And again, some projects serve multiple public purposes. Some are more narrow in what they serve, and you can go through those very public purposes. Again, if you look at the Agristo project, they nail several of those bullets. And I cited an example at the very end. Combating declining valuation in other areas. And, we use the Columbia Mall as a real example. So we can sit here and do nothing. You know what happens? Our mall isn't where it should be. And that's sad to say. But again, we got to have a private sector developer that wants to partner with the community to help get that done. And so that instead of having declining values, we should have a mall that's having increasing values, like we see in other communities around us. The other thing what we do is these incentives, the developments wouldn't happen without them. And so that's clear. It's clear with Agristo, the prime example we're providing. It would be going to another state and another community if we weren't competing at a local and state level. It wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be providing it as a positive example. These are all the discretionary tax exemptions. Tammy Lazur, our city assessor, was here talking about some of them, from the remodeling exemptions to the new home exemption, to include the contractor, the daycare exemption. So those are ones that she cited, and as you recall, one of her PowerPoint slides of what we've deferred as part of some of those incentives that are going to come online. We've talked to you about the Renaissance Zone program. We're not going to talk about that tonight. We're going to talk about the new and expanding business exemptions and some on the tax increment financing this evening. And we're well timed with Tammy Lazur's presentation because it really shows what some of the deferred impacts and what some of the growth that we're going to see in the future. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Gosted to carry it through for a while.
Thank you. I'm going to go off script just a little bit because I think it's important to understand historically how we got here, particularly the statute. It's 4057.103 that deals with pilots. Because I went and looked at the history and how we arrived here. It started in 1969, where the city could grant exemptions of up to 5 years, but the State Board of Equalization had to approve those type of exemptions. There were some changes that occurred in 1971, 75, 83, and 89. Really some minor changes about putting in the newspaper notifying competitors. The one change in 1989 removed the approval of the State Equalization Board. So now, by that legislation, it was vested solely in the city. Then in 1991, there was legislation, again, on this statute. And what it talked about was providing a full property tax exemption from ad valorem taxes. That's the real estate tax now. For up to 5 years at 100%. And then to go another 6 to 10 years for those that produce or manufacture a product from agricultural commodities grown in the state. And then there was a declining scaled exemption for years 6 through 10 until it ultimately became 0 in the last year. But remember, for 6 through 10 were only agricultural facilities. And that was in 1991. 1994, there was a special session. I'm thinking there was something that was occurring down in Wapton and needed some additional tax incentives. That was the session in 1994. It's a special session that created what is now the pilot program. And it's now what's now been codified at 40-57.1-03 subsection 2. Okay? That legislation adopted the pilot program. It talked about in addition to or in lieu of a property tax exemption, so something on top of or different from the property tax exemption. That's what the language of in lieu of would mean. It talked about a 20-year maximum period of time that a pilot could be offered, which is what exists today. It talked about granting it to a project, and a project was defined as it is today as a revenue-producing enterprise. It also discussed how you'd be able to establish the pilot based upon actual or estimated levels of assessment or taxation or other factors. That's in the statute today. Importantly, I went and looked at the legislative history for that legislation. And the Legislative Council at the time explained what pilots were for. A gentleman named John Walstead explained to the committee that said the ad valorem taxes are for all businesses. It doesn't apply to only agricultural commodity processing facilities. This applies to any revenue-producing enterprise that would qualify under this chapter. There was a question later posed, what portion of this bill could relate to any other industry or plant? The first provision talking about the exemption was only for ag processing. The second part of the provision, this is what Mr. Walstead of the Legislative Council explained to the legislature, said the language below relating to payments in lieu of property taxes are for any qualifying business, which is any revenue-producing enterprise. Quote, anybody can qualify for payments in lieu of taxes. That was the legislative history from the adoption of the pilot program that currently exists in our statute. Then in 95, there was legislation that added a provision that we had to include the school district, we could get into an agreement with the school district as to how we apportion that pilot payment. Meaning if there was a $1,000 payment, the school district might get $600 of it, the city would get $400. That was added. In 1999, there was legislation that talked about the school district having to be part of the deliberation in the agreement. That currently exists in the statute as well for pilots. In 2013, that was the next fairly significant change. The first, there was two bills that were introduced in 2013. The first dealt with adding a provision that we could revoke the pilots or property tax exemptions. The legislative history behind that was there was a concern that people were getting the exemption with the understanding that the property would be used for a certain purpose, when in fact it might have been used for something different. And so there wasn't any authority from the city to revoke those type of incentives, so they added that. That's now found in subsection 3 of subsection 6 of 40-57.1-03. It provides various things that you can revoke those incentives. Also in that 2013 session was the provision that is in subsection 1 of 40-57.1-03 that talks about exemptions, not pilots, but exemptions. And I went back and looked at the legislative history on that as well. And that legislation was dubbed the Walmart legislation because evidently Mandan had granted an exemption to Walmart, and there were some folks that were a little adverse to that particular exemption. So they added that provision, except there wasn't a single word from the legislators when they added that provision that talks about it had to be primary sector or agricultural producers for that subsection 1. Not a single legislator said anything about this applying to the pilots. Contrast that to the 1994 legislative session where there was explanation from the Legislative Council that said anybody could qualify for a pilot as long as you're revenue producing. In 2015, they added a clause that if we had to provide these incentives, we now need to contact the Department of Commerce, and if the project would exceed $1 billion or more, then the Department of Commerce conducts the hearing. That's now part of subsection 3 of that very statute that we've been talking about tonight. Finally, in 2017, they added the provision that we need now go to the schools and the counties to talk to them. We have to get their approval for anything beyond 5 years. So that, I think, from a historical standpoint, I think it's important for everybody to understand that there is a distinction, obvious distinction, between exemptions that are in subsection 1 that talk about primary sector and pilots, payments in lieu of, something that can be done in addition to or in lieu of an exemption. And so what we do is, again, we look at it and say it can be granted to a project, any revenue producing enterprise. It can go up to 20 years. Anything more than 5 years, again, we have to go to the school or the counties for their approval. And the way we've set this up is, we can use actual or estimated amounts of assessments. It can establish, the number can be the payment in lieu can be determined by other factors. It can be a different amount every year. And so you'll take a look at like the Memorial Village, for example. What we do is we determine, and I'll give you the example. Let's say the property has a true and full value of $1 million. What we'll do is we'll say, you know what, we're going to take 80% off that true and full, and we're going to apply the mill rate on the remaining 20%. What that means then is if the value goes up, so does the payment in lieu of taxes go up. We're getting 20% on the value. So if I go to 1.1 million, that 20% has a higher value and it's a higher payment going forward. So that if we do a long-term payment in lieu, we don't have a stagnant number. That sounds a big number to begin with, but it looks different 20 years from now. We're gaining as the value goes up. That's the way the development or the pilot agreements have been presented. You could select a number, but then you're not going to enjoy the benefit of the increased value over time. The pilot procedure, we've got the checklist here. This must be for...
The next one's the pilot.
Yeah. This is the checklist that my office put together to make sure that we're complying with all the provisions that we need to comply with. First is consult with the Department of Commerce. I always ask Mr. Brooks, please contact the Department of Commerce, make the phone call, follow up with an email, and make sure we have that email in the file. I don't think I've been involved in a pilot where there hasn't been a competitor. So we provide notice, as we're required to do. We have to make determinations that it's in the best interest of the municipality. We have a resolution that approves the pilot, approves the pilot agreement. We go through and we have negotiations. We have an ex officio member of the school district, right? That's our LEGAC process. Again, if anything more than 5 years, we have to go and provide notice to the school district. They have a period of time to respond. If they don't respond, it's deemed that they're accepting the tax incentive. We go through that process, and I physically check the box to make sure that we've done this. I asked Sherry, please send me the notice that we get the affidavit of publication so we assure that we've complied with all these terms. A couple of things with respect to the pilot agreements. We've seen those. The pilot doesn't apply until the building is completed. So they're going to continue to be subject to property tax until they get to that completion date. It only applies to buildings. The agreements also provide that they are entitled to no other tax incentive during that pilot period. We have revocation provisions in our agreement which are consistent with what the statute now allows for revocation. There are conditions precedent before the pilot is accepted or can go into effect after the building is completed, that they haven't, there's been no default during the period of the construction, that all the representations and warranties by the developer have been satisfied. Assignments can occur, but it has to come back to the city council before the pilot agreement can be assigned, and there are default provisions. So over the course of that pilot agreement, if there's a default, we have the option, or you have the option to nullify the agreement, and then the pilot goes away. That's the pilots. With tax increments financing, it's a little different. Those are used generally for properties that are identified as being slum or blighted, or industrial or commercial. Generally, we have to make that finding that that's the type of property that exists. Either one of them. Industrial or commercial means it's unused or underutilized real property that is zoned or used as industrial or commercial site. So the Beacon, for example, was commercial. We then have to approve a development plan that makes these findings as the type of property, that this development plan is consistent with the city's master plan. We generally do have to submit this to the planning and zoning unless it's commercial property, then there's no requirement to send the development plan to the planning and zoning. And there are public hearings and certain findings that the city has to make. There's a resolution then that was presented, if you recall, with the Beacon, we had a resolution that approved the development plan. There are findings that have to be made, just like the type of property that exists. And we have to have a public hearing and notify competitors and make certain findings that there aren't any unfair competition, or it's in the best interest, and it's in the best interest of the city. The attributes of a TIF, if we're doing the bonding type of scenario, and we'll talk about that in a second, that can go out for a period of 25 years. If you're doing a TIF that deals with, we are exempting that tax increment, that additional value, that can go for 15 years. It's a little different for the bonding. What we do is, after the project we're moving forward, we have to present the development plan, and it has to be filed with the North Dakota Commerce Department. And then what we'll do is we'll ask the county auditor to come up with a base year value for the property. That's then used to determine the incremental value. So for example, if the base year value is $1,000, and we go in, we look at it and say, that's $1,000, that will be the base year value going forward. Every year, then that incremental value, if they develop it, right, after year one and the development is now $10,000, the incremental value is $9,000. It's that delta, the difference. After it's completed, if the value goes up to $100,000, then the incremental value is $99,000. That's what the tax increment, it's that increment that we're talking about. And if we're doing the exemption, that increment can be exempted. If we're doing bonding, what we do is the property owner still pays the full freight, pays the full amount of the tax, but the mill rate on that increment, that $99,000 increment, that mill rate will then go and be paid to the city so that it can service the bonding. And the bonding would be used if there was, like, parks, the Beacon, for example. That public plaza area, that was going to be constructed. We would then pay the contractor, the developer, for that. It would be ours, and we'd bond that out, that cost. And then that increment, the tax on that increment would be used to pay down the bond. That's the difference between the two. Again, we've got this checklist we go through. we've developed to make sure that we've complied with everything. So that's the tax incentives, that's the statutory methodology for the two. And again, we have agreements that talk about building standards. There are default provisions, assignments of the TIF. They're all pretty much the same with respect to a pilot agreement as well. A lot of information. I know it's late, and I wanted to get through it as fast as I could and to give you enough information. If anybody has questions, please don't hesitate to contact me or ask me now.
Any questions for Mr. Gassett at this moment? Ms. Osowski, please.
Just one comment. You stated earlier that I'm sorry, I'm kind of sleepy. You contact the Department of Commerce and get that box checked off for the primary sector business? You do that every time?
No, we don't. I don't even do it. It doesn't matter if it's primary sector or not. If we're doing a pilot or a property tax exemption, no matter what type of business it is, the statute says we have to contact the Department of Commerce.
Okay, so every time, and then we get that in writing every time?
Well, they normally don't send it back in writing, so that's why we initiate an email saying we've contacted you, just as confirming our conversation.
Okay, so we don't get any kind of really communication back from them, just we send them emails, and at least then we can say we contacted them, correct?
What the statute requires is that we make contact with the Department of Commerce.
Okay, so I understand, like, what is it, bleak and blunt? Is that what that's called?
Slum and blight.
Slum bright? Oh, is that what it is?
Slum and
And they
blight,
get the TIFs, right? They're the ones that get the TIFs to kind of help.
We need to make a specific finding that the property is either slum and blighted or it's industrial or commercial.
And
for a
that's
TIF.
where we get, but you can give TIFs to both? Or you just, or the industrial gets the pilots and then the slums get the TIFs?
Now, you actually, in order for tax increment financing to be applicable, you need to make a finding that the property, the development area, is either an area that is slum or blighted area, which I think everybody can understand what that is, or the property is industrial or commercial. I suppose the slum and blighted area could be zoned commercial as well. So it would qualify under both. There's also a requirement they ask to show that it's in the best interest of the city to provide this tax increment financing. In contrast, a pilot, all I need is a revenue-producing enterprise to provide that pilot.
So anybody can get a pilot as long as they produce revenue?
It's broader in scope.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And Mr. Gassett, it's been questioned seemingly dozens of times about how long for which we can provide a pilot. Can we please put this to bed? The claim that the pilot can only be a maximum of 10 years it is actually called out 10 years in paragraph 1 of the statute, but the paragraph 2 is what talks about taking the pilot beyond 10 years, correct?
That is correct.
And so all of the emails that have gone to us and all of the emails that have gone to the school district and all the other taxing entities in our community telling them that we're breaking the law are nonsense, correct? I will make that statement. You don't have to. They're nonsense.
I disagree with the conclusion because the statute says the option to make payments in lieu of taxes under this section may not extend beyond the 20th year. That tells me 20th year is the top end. Now, I know there's been some discussion about a later statute about exemptions being 5 years and then an additional 10 years. That additional 10 years is for property that's owned by the United States that's leased out to a for-profit. And that statute, the last time that statute was changed was in 1991, which was before the pilot statute was adopted in 1994.
And I
Thank
think
you,
you should
Mr.
probably be clear, is this multiple people that are sending you?
No,
the
it's
email?
that's one person, as
Okay.
we all know, is one person sending the same nonsense.
All right,
Thank
Ms.
you, Mayor.
Osowski, please.
Yeah, are pilots and TIFs transferable?
Only upon the approval of city council. The statute for pilots says they're not assignable. My agreement also says they're not assignable. They can be, but the city council could approve that to allow the property to be assigned.
So.
Excuse me, the pilot to be assigned.
Okay, so so like the new owner of the property or the business needs to approach city council and ask to maintain that pilot or TIF?
Correct. You'd go through the same analysis, we'd go through the same process to determine, do they need the pilot or not?
Okay, I guess I don't remember Epic ever doing that, but,
Well, they'd have to come back if that's going to get assigned. That just hasn't happened. Yeah.
okay. And then I guess the way, like, when I read it and, I read the 5 and 10 years. And so I would consider, like, I read it as more like that's the exemption. And then when we get down to the 20-year part, it was more like the extension. And so I guess that's the way that I kind of interpret that a little bit, but.
May I respond?
Yes, sir.
Please. That's why you're here.
If that was the case, with all due respect, then there'd be no reason for that statute, that language, it would be
Okay.
superfluous. The legislature doesn't enact something for an idle purpose. They put it in there for a reason.
Thank you, sir.
All right, Mr. Veen, please.
Well, one quick comment here. I think this information is overdue. It's complex and it's complete. And I just thank you for that. I think it helps all of us to understand what we go through, and it's no simple, easy to understand. I do know you mentioned the authority of legislative council. At some point, if it were challenged, it would go toward a judge at some point?
I suppose.
It could, but it's not. I mean, you were able to look at and have some or identification of the legislative council's definitions that are in here, right?
It was, excuse me, I was looking at the legislative history for the statute that, for the legislation that adopted the pilot statute.
Right.
And so that was important to me to understand that what they were saying was what we've been saying all along is, as long as it's a revenue producing enterprise, which is a project, that qualifies. And that's what the Legislative Council explained to the legislature when they were adopting the statute, that it applies to anybody.
Yeah. And you can get access to those conversations and that type of information, which isn't necessarily listed in the ordinance that created it.
Correct. You look it up in the North Dakota Legislative Session, you can take a look at the statute and find it.
Yeah, it's a lot of work, but you can find it.
I found it.
And Mr. Goss, I think we should be clear, we're not the only city using these. The Epitome Energy one, we modeled after the Castleton crushing plant, so like Fargo's probably done the most of these, obviously because they're the largest, so I don't think it's very unique to us. So if it was questioned by the state, it would be questioned for everybody that's used these over the last decades. So I think that's important to point out. This is not unique to Grand Forks.
I
Ms.
guess one
Wasowski.
thing, just to follow up on that comment that you made, I have a list of pilots here, and we didn't start issuing the 20-year pilots until, I believe, Memorial Village in 2022, I believe, is the first one that we issued as a 20-year pilot. I do see, I haven't really too much looked at the TIFs. Most of those are paid off. The Beacon got a 25-year revenue bond, but I just thought it was odd that before 2022, the city was not issuing anything more than 10 years, and now here we are, and there's a bunch of them. We have Memorial Village, Lions, Block 5, Olive Ann got a 5-year. Fufang's on here, even though that was terminated, but Epitome, well, that's 15. Memorial Village 2, Ideal only got 5 years. But I just thought that was a little bit odd when I went back and looked at the history of the pilots that the city has been issuing. so.
Well, I think we certainly wish they would have done more of these in the past and had some growth of those 10 years. It sure would be nice if some of them were built and coming off, but we certainly, it's been a priority to build the economy. And coming out of COVID, I think we're one of the few communities that's moving in the right direction. So I don't look at that as a negative. I look at it as growth and very positive. And someone that's sitting in our seat 20 years from now or 15 years from now when these things come off are going to have quite the windfall. In the meantime, we've got all this economic growth and development happening. So that's the very nature and the reason that these things exist. But, Mr. Weigel, do you have something? Did I touch on it? Yeah.
Mayor Bochansky, well, the remaining are just examples, so night is getting late, so if you don't want us to go through that, we can defer those. We want to get this in time because Cirrus Aircraft is coming forward. We have some other developments, so we wanted to at least give you an overview before projects as early as next Monday come. So if you're okay with that, we don't need to go to the remaining portion. There's some examples of, how we think they're going to play out, whether it's 10 years or 20 years.
Anybody want to, the presentation's there. Mr. Conlon, you've sat there nicely, but if members want him to go through it, we can buzz through it quickly, otherwise we can move on.
I'm good to move on.
All right, thank you, Mr. Conlon. We knew it was going to be a great presentation by you, so appreciate that. All right, I think this might be a new record of 3.5 hours just through presentation. So with that, we'll move on to item 3, which is public hearings and second reading of ordinances.
Down.
Well, happy birthday. All right.
Okay, 3.1, public hearing on 2025 Community Development Block Grants, approval of consolidated plan, citizen participation plan, and analysis of impediments of fair housing choice, approval of revised community services grants program description, and approval of revised reversion of assets and mortgage policies.
Very well spoken, Ms. Storstad. We will open up the public hearing. I know there was a comment. There's been some back and forth, and you wanted to cite some statutes, but let's first open the public hearing on item 3.1. Anyone here to speak on item 3.1 that waited 3.5 hours? All right, seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing portion. And Colin, did you want to just give a briefing on that? And I know there's been some back and forth. Maybe it'd be worth stating as well.
Yes,
so.
And I did send a response this afternoon. Mayor, members of council, Councilwoman Osowski, I wanted to follow up if you had any questions on the response to that. The question that was raised is whether or not the city in its consolidated plan can include a prohibition on using funds to, and please correct me if I'm wrong, to prevent the funds from benefiting individuals who are non-permanent residents that are within our community illegally. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I did reach out. I did hear back from our consultants on the consolidated plan. They were unwilling to provide guidance as they view it as more of a legal issue of whether that would be compliant with federal regulations or if we would encounter any violations of the fair housing law. So they were unwilling to kind of provide any input on that. They advised us to seek a legal opinion in doing so. In their past work with other communities, they have not had a community that has implemented such a change. I also, in my research today, could not find any examples of cities, I guess, changing the eligibility criteria for the Community Development Block Program, which is a federal program. So I guess at this point, the language that Mr. Gosted had used, there is a statute that was passed, or a law that was passed 2 years ago in the 2023 legislative session, which addressed allowing or promoting, allowing non-residents to become residents. I'll let you take it from here.
Mayor and members of the City Council, the question was posed to me. I did not, got the question yesterday, and I tried as best I could. I didn't do a detailed dive into the federal regulations, but what I did find was something that, the last session, it was an anti-sanctuary city type of statute that was adopted. I don't even know if it has any application to this particular set of circumstances, but what it says is that the city can adopt or implement a policy, order, or ordinance that grants a non-citizen unlawfully present in the United States the right to lawful presence or status within the state or the city. And so my thought process was, notwithstanding, not taking necessarily into account those regulations, that we'd implement this plan consistent with this particular statute, assuming the statute would even apply to this CDBG fund consolidated plan, to try to allay maybe some concerns.
So,
Please, Mrs. Sussman.
So, can you dumb that down a little bit for me, Mr. Gosted? So there was a state code change that stated that you can add words like that?
It didn't specify anything with respect to the CDBG funding or anything. I was trying to address a concern that was raised, that you'd raised with me. And my thought process was, well, we've got the statute here that talks about not granting somebody the right to be lawfully present or some status within the city that wasn't here legally. I don't know, and I think I indicated this, I'm not sure the statute would have application necessarily to this consolidated plan, but to add some sort of language in the plan that we would apply it consistent with this statute, assuming it applied at all.
So could we add it to this document saying we're going to apply, or we're going to follow this state statute?
And I think you should also add, subject to any restrictions that federal law may impose.
Okay, I guess I would be willing to do that, and I motion that we add what Mr. Gosted stated to this. And let me remind you that non-permanent residents are strictly here illegally. That does not count refugees. That does not count asylum seekers. This is purely people who literally come here without any type of documentation. It doesn't, according to what I have heard from Cynthia over at Global Friends, those people are here lawfully, so those types of immigrants would all be included. This only talks about people that literally walk in. What I'm scared is going to happen is, I know that we have an illegal immigrant issue within our country, and I would hate to see some of the people that are in Denver, or even, coming across the Canadian border, whatever, moving into our low-income housing or moderate-priced housing, and then something happens, and then we're forced to continue to home these people. I don't want to see us ever get into a situation like that. And, I mean, it still includes refugees. It still includes asylum seekers. And so I think that is some language that I would like added, please.
Ms. Mayor, can I add? I want to be very clear that if you add this language, you should also make it clear that it is subject to
Federal law.
federal law.
Okay, you're okay with that?
Federal law
Correct.
would preempt this statute.
Okay, but then it can be in there, but just if federal law states otherwise, then.
Correct.
Correct, so, okay.
All right, we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Got a second, and then any further comment?
Mayor?
Yep, please.
I do want to add one note. I did give a call to the Grand Forks Housing Authority today to ask them about kind of their process. Because a lot of times when we use CDBG funds, we're in the construction portion, and then there's other federal sources of funds that are used to actually, provide vouchers and that sort of thing for low-income housing. When it does come to those voucher programs, they are subject to HUD Section 214, or they are subject to the PRWORA, which is the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act. So they are subject to either one of those two restrictions. And so for the Housing Authority, if they have a voucher, even if there's one household that has an individual who is a legal citizen and one member of that family who is not, they can only provide support to the one who is a legal citizen, and they have to verify that. They have to go through SAVE to verify that someone has documentation to be here, so they cannot provide any assistance or rental assistance to those who are not, I guess,
Non-permanent residents.
that are not here legally. Correct.
So regardless of if we add this or not, that's already what is being followed.
Yeah, many of the programs, because we're just the construction side, that's why it
Okay.
doesn't usually carry those restrictions, but a lot of the programs that, I guess, support the ongoing operations of different agencies we work with do have other regulations to follow in the federal rules that have different requirements. And there's many different programs that have different requirements, but as far as the Housing Authority goes, I was able to connect with them today, and that is what they shared with me.
Okay, so they do not, the Housing Authority does not give any type of benefit to non-permanent residents then?
Of the funding sources I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
So do we need to move forward with the change then, still?
I'd still like it added.
Okay, so this change is complying with the state law as it applies to this particular case, may or may not, as it complies with federal law. Is that where we're at?
Federal law will always preempt, and I
Okay.
think we need to make that clear, that we'll comply with the statute to the extent it
So
has
we-
any application, but always subject to federal law to address the concerns that Colin had raised.
All right, so we can move forward with this as is amended, or we can vote and move forward with it as it currently exists. So I guess we'll start with that vote with the amendment, and then go from there, Mr. Veen?
Either way, we'll end up at the same place.
That's what it sounds like.
So
But it's
you can
been-
either vote it for it or against it, it's going to be exactly the same.
Yeah, you're probably right. But it was a great exercise. Yeah.
We learned a lot.
So we've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion, Ms. Berg? You look ready to speak.
Yes, I guess, so we're speaking specifically to housing, but there's other entities also being awarded fundings for CDBG? So,
Colin, why are you looking at me? That's your,
So the consolidated plan is our 5-year strategy. So I guess the Housing Authority is an example. If you wanted to include language that was maybe more specific, like I said, each program, each agency receives different sources of funding. So even with other agencies, they might receive money from a private foundation that has certain restrictions on who can be benefiting, but housing was just the example that I provided. But this would apply to, I guess, all CDBG funding. I don't think it would apply only to housing as I understand it.
I guess I don't know what all clients these other entities serve. So it isn't the same, whichever one you do vote on. It can impact the community in different ways. And the term you are using, Rebecca, I did a quick Google. I guess I'm not sure that it completely aligns with people who are here on American soil illegally. So I'm not comfortable with how it's presented.
thank you, Ms. Berg. Any other comments from council, or we'll vote on it as amended, and then we can take further motions?
Like Ken said, no matter which way we vote, we end up in the same spot?
Well, I think
Except for your
That's up
concerns.
for, yeah, I mean,
Right.
that's up for debate.
Right, yeah.
I think that the point is there are federal protections already in place, so whether or not this is needed is probably a question.
Okay.
Of
As
question.
long as federal trumps, okay.
So, any further discussion? All right, so seeing none, we will vote on this as amended, and then we can, if it doesn't pass, we can change from there. So why don't you do a roll call vote, Ms. Storstad, since it's been a little while since you read this one.
Sure. Osowski,
Yes.
Weigel,
No.
Berg,
No?
Lensky. No. Friedels,
No?
Veen. No. And President Sandy.
No.
Motion fails.
All right, motion fails, 1 to 6.
Move approval as presented.
Got a motion to approve as is?
Second.
Second from Ms. Berg. Any further discussion? Well, why don't you do another roll call vote, Ms. Orsett, please? I don't want to treat them differently.
All right then, Weigel,
Yes.
Osowski,
No.
Berg,
Yes.
Lunsky, Friedels,
Yes.
Veen,
Yeah.
and President Sandy.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Motion passes 6-1 with Osowski dissenting. All right. Moving on to item 3.2.
3.2, public hearing and second reading of ordinance to create a Class 8.4 Albrecht Field alcoholic beverage license.
All right, anybody here, we'll open the public hearing. Anybody here to speak on item 3.2? I think I recognize everybody in the room, and I don't think anyone's here to speak on item 3.2. So we'll close the public hearing portion and look for a
I
motion
move
from council.
approval.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Wiley, got beat to it. Motion from Ms. Osowski, second from Ms. Berg. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously.
3.3, determination of protest to request vacation pooling easement located 2500 to 2600 North Washington Street, and request vacation utility easement located 1910 North 52nd Street. No protests have been received.
All right, thank you. I'll open up the public hearing on item 3.3. Anyone here to speak on item 3.3? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing portion. Motion from President Sandy,
Second.
second from Ms. Lunsky. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Move on to 4, citizen comments as they relate to action items. Any comments this evening, Ms. Lundmark? There are none. All right, moving on to action items. We do need to pull item 5.5 because we're going to postpone that. I'm going to ask that to be postponed until May 19th because there's a potential we could get a $250,000 grant from the state, and that would come out of their pockets instead of ours. So any other items anybody wants pulled?
5.3 and 5.6.
Okay, so we'll look for anything else, rest of the council. Look for a motion then to approve items 5.1, 5.2, and 5.4.
Second.
Got a motion from President Sandy, second from Ms. Berg. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously.
5.3, engineering department light duty truck purchase.
I'm going to be real quick about this. Just someone asked me a question. They want to know why we're moving from an F-150, like, two-door cab to a four-door. Is it necessary that we upgrade?
Mr. Grasser.
Yes, well, on the engineering fleet, we have a number of different vehicles, and we try to tie the use of the vehicle to the, the vehicle that we're purchasing. The one that we're trading in is actually used to be our old survey vehicle. It's hard to follow the chain of what's going on in here because we're trading in a used vehicle that we hung on to over time because we wanted to get the full value out of it. Short story is, if we have a vehicle that is, just going to be used in town, basically on the street, those are going to be light duty. They're going to be, light duty SUV, something like that. We usually don't use cars because they're just too cumbersome to get equipment and stuff in and out of. The reason we don't use a single cab is the inspectors that are out there, they kind of live in these things over the course of the summertime. So it's an equipment shed, it's a clothing shed, and it's a working, platform for these folks. We may have picks and shovels that you use to pull off a manhole cover. You may have, metal detectors and level tripods and levels, different kinds of equipment. You may have, cold weather gear, boots, wet weather gear, again, mud boots, those kinds of things. It's just not very conducive. We found out that it's much easier to put that in a cab in the back. And notice we also aren't purchasing a cover in the back. So it saves the money of having to create that storage in the back of the bed. So that's the reason we're doing it. But pretty much all of our vehicles are going to be, multi-depth like that, just so we have a good place to put our equipment.
Thank you. I move approval.
Motion to approve from Ms. Osowski, second from Ms. Lunsky. Any further discussion on the truck? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously.
5.5, enhancements to the flood protection greenway system between 47th and 62nd Avenue South.
Okay, I'd just be looking for a motion to postpone to the May 19th city council meeting.
So moved.
Got a motion from
Second.
Ms. Lunsky, second from Mr. Weigel. Any further questions? It's getting late. Ms. Berg? We got Berg and Weigel on that one. You got that, Ms. Lundmark? We already stated there. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously.
And 5.6 Epitome Energy Inducement Agreement, that's been amended for the dollar amount.
All right, Ms. Osowski, any questions, please?
Yeah, I'm kind of disappointed in myself for motioning this and seconding it back in 2023, but it states that they now need $170 million, and we're supposed to match that, is what they're saying. So, I mean, this is $30 million more. They're requesting the city update the indictment resolution to match this dollar amount.
Yeah,
So-
Ms. Storstad can speak to that. It's a
Yeah,
pass-through bonding, so go ahead.
I can speak to this, Councilperson Osowski, members of the council. This is not debt of the city. This is Epitome's debt. It's considered conduit debt, similar to if you remember when we brought All True debt. It's just so they get the benefit, but they don't, it is not debt of the city. They are looking at updating their application from 140 to 170 million. None of this is paid by the city. None of it is matched. It's a state program, and they just need us for them to apply, but they pay it.
Thank you.
All right. Motion approved from Mr. Weigel, second from President Sandy. Any further discussion on item 5.6? All right, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1 with Osowski dissenting. All right, we'll move on to item 6, information items. There are none this evening, so we'll move on to item 7, approval of minutes and bills.
And 7.1 is your vendors list and engineer's estimate that's attached.
Thank you. Do we got a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion from Ms. Berg, second from Ms. Lunsky. Nailed it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously.
7.2 minutes from March 17th.
All right. Looks like we're doing well on those. Thank you to the Finance Department. Got a motion to approve as is from Ms. Lunsky, second from Ms. Berg. Getting that down. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. All right, we're moving on to item 8, citizen comments of the general nature.
I have one, Dennis Denault.
All right, Mr. Denault, you got your 5 minutes here. No problem. I'll wait till you get up there to start the clock.
Thanks for your productive business trip.
Thank you.
You guys did good, because when I was a little kid, I see the potatoes for Jimmy Lamro III. For Jimmy Lamro III, and back then we got 35 cents an hour, maybe 50. I was about 12 to 14. We're eating dust, we're behind the planter, and we had to have about 4 or 5 foot sticks to knock the potatoes down if they stuck. So I thought I was a coal miner, by the end of the day, and both my coworker and the operator, they were both buried about 20 years ago, but I don't smoke. Anyway, so I had to get that off my chest, along with the speaker from the rental department. The deputy sheriff's just nailed another guy upstairs. He was hiding. The scumlord was aiding and abetting him for over a month. And 3 years ago, there was 16 people upstairs on that 3-bedroom on the north side. And the cops were there over 30 times, also including the SWAT team
Mr. Denault,
and the drug
please
task
address
force.
the council, please.
Yep.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, but
Yep.
anyway, and I sure hope you're not blowing smoke like next door. But anyway, Dana, there's a major safety hazard. When that sign got pulled on the west side of that printing shop, you know how much room you got?
Yep.
How much?
What's it, about 3 feet sidewalk?
That's a sidewalk.
Yep.
They don't own the sidewalk. They don't own 1 square inch of cement on the west side. You got approximately 12 feet from the edge of the cement to the street. You take a look at that. Just a mid-sized car can park there safely. All you folks with nice new pickups, you got 6 to 8 feet of that box, pickup box, sticking out in the street. And back when Pete O'Neill was the fire chief, we had this all straightened out.
And after he died, and then it went back to this mess. And then we got it all straightened out again. We got it all straightened out again, Dana. So tape measures don't lie. And if you don't get this straightened out, the city's in for, you're inviting a lawsuit when there's an accident, because I'll guarantee you, the way they park, the fire trucks can't even get by. So, and then to top it off, because the scumlord upstairs next door to me and his dope smoking renters, Mr. Knutson planted this in the alley. When you folks are gone, we got a little bit of moisture on Monday and Tuesday. The ground was pretty soft, and we got the snow. And of course, he's got those cameras on me, so he knew exactly when I left. And when I came back, this was planted in the alley, buried with the snow. It's got a variety of nails. It's got 8-penny, 16-penny, about a 12-penny finishing, and another 8-penny. So it's pretty well planned. Plus, the following morning, one of the druggies, there was bike tracks all over, right where this was sitting. And thank God for the law enforcement. A good sergeant helped me out from the police department. But the sheriff's department, they were hunting for this guy for over 30 days. And of course, there's only one person that's going to tell the renters that the law enforcement is after him, the sheriff's department. And you know who that guy is. The business that you pulled that sign off the sidewalk. So anyway, this was the best meeting since good old Gershman days, Bierke, Brooks. Don't forget about old Hammerlick and little Doug Christensen. This was the best ass-kicking meeting in years. So anyway, thanks, folks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Denault.
Yep.
Any further citizen comments? Ms. Lundmark?
Nope, that's it.
All right, Mr. Fionn, as usual, you got to top that.
Can't top Dennis, that was good. Ultra Sports Complex, I just want to give everyone a heads up. The bids are coming in, some this week and some next for the bid package number 1. And we're also working on the bid package number 2, that estimate. So that will be back to City Council, probably within, I'm going to say the April 28th COW and the May 5th City Council. Also, we're going to meet with the Park District and try to finalize a draft for you for the operations agreement. So we're meeting with them. We got a few details to work out. And finally, I know Maureen, we've taken some bids on interim financing too. So, and Maureen let me know that those came in pretty well. McGough, our construction manager, knock on wood, they're feeling good about the bidding environment right now, so they're hoping to get some good news this week and next regarding bid package 1. They did delay the structural steel building to next week just to give bidders some more time to do some more analysis. So that's why they delayed the steel building itself into next week. So anyways, lots to track on that front, and hopefully we get good news regarding finance and operations agreement in the bid package 1 and then the estimate on 2. And we'll be back here to help you make some decisions. And the other thing, I've been working with Councilmember Osowski on fluoride presentation, so we're going to bring that on April 21st. And so likely we'll have, somebody talk about our own plant and what we do. We'll have a state official that can just provide information. And then Councilmember Osowski, she's going to have a couple folks that are going to speak in regards to that. So I just want to prepare you for that too, among all the other things that we're working on. So with that, thank you, Mayor Boczynski.
Thank you, Mr. Fionn. Move on to mayor and council member comments. So, Ms. Osowski, any comments this evening?
Yeah, I have a couple actually. So earlier today, after the JDA meeting, Tracy Miller from the Economic Development and Finance, North Dakota, stated that Huntsville Properties does not have a certification, a primary sector certification. And so I was told that they did. I guess, I'm assuming if pilot and TIF programs aren't transferable, those aren't either. So are we doing our due diligence, or are you guys just telling me these things?
I suspect, Mayor Bochensky, Councilperson Osowski, I suspect the case is that Huntsville Properties LLC itself likely wouldn't have the primary sector certification. It's the real estate holding company. YMI Industries, the actual business operating it, would be the one that would have that certification. Happy to follow up with Kevin and Keith, folks at the EDC, to forward
But we
that
gave the
certification
loan
you.
to Huntsville. We did not give the loan to Young Manufacturing.
Correct. Yep.
So,
It's part of the broader project, is a primary sector project. The company that technically has to take out the loan as the real estate holding company is Huntsville Properties. That's longstanding, I guess, JDA flex-based practice in how the program operates. I guess, does that answer your question?
I would like a revote on it. Can we do that,
Well,
Mr.
we're not currently in the JDA.
Right, is there any way to do that? I feel almost lied to a little bit, but,
The meeting was adjourned. You'd have to bring it back to ask for reconsideration at the next JDA.
okay, I would like it to be brought back at the next JDA, please.
Well, you'd have to make that motion.
Or I
at the next
motion
JDA.
that-
No, I'm sorry. At the next JDA motion, meeting, you'd have to motion to bring it back for reconsideration.
So at the next JDA meeting, I have to bring it back?
Did you vote in favor of the?
Yeah, but I was
Okay.
told that they had a primary sector certification, is what I was told, and I received an email that they do not. And so if we are I specifically asked that question, and I was told yes, and that is not true. And now I feel like I'm being a little bit fluffed on, well, they get the loan, but I mean, if they're applying for the loan, they should have the certification. I believe that's the rules. I'm not 100% sure.
Mayor
So-
Buczynski, we'll follow up, and Councilmember Osowski, so we'll get you an answer by tomorrow. And so you'll have further information, and then we'll make sure that there's some note on the next JDA if we need to do that. But you'll have an answer tomorrow regarding this inquiry. And if you could share even that email that you received.
I sent it to our attorney.
Okay, good. Thank you.
The only reason I was asking if you voted in favor is because in order to reconsider it, you'd have to be had voted in favor. That's the only reason.
Yeah, I did vote in favor of it, and that's why I feel almost lied to. So please, next time, explain yourself if I ask that question. I felt I didn't appreciate that. So, thank you. My other comment is we have a rabbit problem in this town. There are so many rabbits. I feel that my yard is just unsanitary even for my kids to walk around barefoot in. It's so bad. I went and adopted a cat on Saturday to help me with my rabbit problem. And we've talked about this now for a little while, and I would like to go back and maybe look at how the city can control some of these things, because it's gross in my yard. It is disgusting. If you guys would like to see pictures, I would be more than happy to show you the giant piles of rabbit not goodness in my yard. But hopefully my new cat that I adopted is going to be a good rabbit slayer, and they'll at least keep them out of my yard. So, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Berg, any comments this evening?
Yes, I had an opportunity to swing by the Safe Kids Hands-On Learning Fair this past weekend, and it was packed. It was full of great events for kids of all ages, and so I just wanted to give them a shout out to say great job.
Thank you, Ms. Berg. Ms. Lunsky, any comments this evening? Mr. Friedels? Mr. Veen? Mr. Vice President Weigel?
No, thank you.
President Sandy?
Thank you, Mayor. No.
All right,
This meeting has left me speechless.
yes, and myself at times. So I just want to thank staff. This is obviously a long day, especially Lisa, who had to come back from last week's trip and sit this one out. But appreciate the work everyone does and showing up. That's important, and I appreciate that everyone in our staff
Second.
shows up. Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. We are adjourned.